Hey brush brigands, welcome to another painting session. As we continue from last night, we got to a pretty good place with this guy over here. We were doing our monochrome experiment. Last night was experiment night, basically. We did so many different experiments on the mini and on other things. So as we wait for, as always, people to join the chat, let's start getting some stuff done here. I've given this some thought. We were talking about yesterday. I think I would like to put a little bit of backlight coming from maybe like this direction, and hopefully it's not too dark. It shouldn't be. But just a little bit of, since I can only use reds, white, and black, maybe we can mix some white and some black and just give it a little bit of a gray business going on behind here. As you can see, the paint is still quite wet, even in the parts that we didn't really paint yesterday. This is still from the pre-glaze that we did at the beginning of the stream yesterday. So I think what I want to do is I would like to start with fixing the eyes a little bit. So we're actually gonna take our smaller brush over here, be like this one. No, this one. And we can put in a little bit of a are we gonna do a glaze, or are we gonna put, yeah, you know what, I'm not going to do a wash. I'm just thinning some dark black paint and with a little bit of red in it, which this this palette, it's still from yesterday, so it should be good to use it for one more day, and I am counting on finishing it today, so shouldn't worry about the future. Not that I ever do. So let's see, I saw an eye here that looked like it didn't have enough separation between the eye, and there you go. That looks way better. We need this eye to really pop out. There we go. As we add more separation, the eye is gonna look a lot more poppy. There you go. Okay. So I hope people had a good day yesterday. What did I do yesterday? I think I went to make food. It was time to get some food done. Yesterday we did raid another amazing painter first, and then I had to succumb to the hunger and just go get some food ready. But there you go. So this is gonna be cool. We're going to finish this. I made the camera a little bit darker as we welcome in the Kendon. Hello, welcome back. How is that Oni doggo coming along? I saw that after the stream, actually. It's looking really good. Have you done any more progress on it today? Being, I guess, Friday for you. I'm so bad with this. I really need a world clock. Now, if you're saying afternoon, maybe it's already Saturday. I should look at the clues. Not yet today. We'll be sitting down shortly. Ooh, are you gonna be joining us? Are you gonna become a brush brigand in all effects? Yeah, I really liked the what you did there with the blue skin, and then it had that very bright green. Was that Was that a regular green or was that a luminescent? What's the word? I think that's luminescent. Translucent, fluorescent. That is what I was looking for. Noon on Saturday. Okay. Oh yeah, in the UK. That's nice. I miss the UK. When I lived in Europe, I used to go there all the time. I did a few years where I would always go to Blackpool in summer for a festival. I think I had some of the best time in my life in that place. Ooh, this guy. You know what? This one, it's not Winsor Newton, but it was in my beginner set too. And I like it. It's really, really cool. So I guess we're beginner paint twinsies there. Cool. So you can get the Winsor Newton stuff in the UK, or did you order it from abroad? I have no idea what you can get over there. I don't know any UK brands necessarily. So I'd be curious actually, because that would be a great reference for, you know, when people ask and they are from Europe. Despite being European, I actually have no idea what's going on in Europe paint-wise. I know that in Europe you guys have the Migamo guys, so you can get your one-shot primer, which you already have, and they make the oil brushers, which is basically thinned down oils for miniature painting. And you can get the Migamo oil thinner. But that's about as much as I know. Oh, Winsor Newton is a UK company. I did not know that. Huh. You know, it's here in Japan as well. Not a huge presence, but the big shop where I go to, which is one of the main craft and stationery stores here in Tokyo. It's really big, and that's the one that has some world companies. It has a few European ones. I guess it only has European ones and not American. For some reason, I was convinced that Winsor & Newton was an American company because all the American streamers are talking about it. Huh. They have the Winsor & Newton, they have the Rembrandt and the Van Gogh, which I believe they are from the Netherlands, if I am not mistaken. And then they have an Italian brand. So, well, cool. So you can get all of that. I've actually thought about getting, next time I go to the shop, I would like to get some Winsor & Newton paints specifically, because I want to see how they look, how they work, compared to other brands that I have. I know a lot of other people have those, so possible to get the fluorescence here, but most other brands are relatively accessible. Yeah, I believe the fluorescents, who makes them? In the US, they were talking about Marion Street, I think they were called. That was that brand that James found. I got lucky here. I actually have a Japanese brand that makes them. They make a few. I only got the orange. Warning, strong colors on cameras. But I got this. They got like the yellow, the red, or magenta, I don't know. The green, maybe the blue, I don't remember. But, well, I don't think fluorescent colors are like a must-have, because you can do, like you have seen, you can do pretty crazy things even just with some starter kit greens there, or colors in general. Like, it's one of those things that's like fun to have but don't need. There was a Japanese person here that I always quote that one time famously said, if I have, I use, but don't need. So putting a bit more red in there, I think. I've been thinking about how to do this, this eye reflection. It's all about like what kind of reflection are we talking about here? So I think for now I'll leave it at that, but if we're not convinced in the end, maybe I can get rid of it and do something else with it. I wanted to put more red like in the middle. Yeah, exactly. Like cadmium red is basically a fluorescent color, because I think, I don't want to be wrong, but I think what they do with fluorescent colors is they're basically colors that have more pigment in them. So like if a regular color with a strong pigment is comparable to a fluorescent color, basically it's like a maybe a lesser fluorescent color. James the Corruptor, I know. It's like he mixes just a little bit into his reds and oranges and gets like crazy stuff. I know, he's such a corruptor. It's one of those things that's like, yeah, I can live happily without them, but if I get the chance, if I find a store that has them or someone that can get them to me, I'll probably grab those. I've been wanting to get the Egyptian violet that he's got for the longest time now, and those the interference colors sound crazy. Even if I am excited to try a little bit with the silver that I showed you before, because that is basically, and I learned today that what that is, you can mix it with other colors, and that's going to become like a metal medium. So that is pretty exciting. I only grabbed that because I was making the order on their site and it was coming from Europe. It wasn't too expensive, but I thought, you know, like I'm getting a bunch of primers, what else can I get? And so I just put in one of the oil brushes because I was really curious to see how that worked. There you go. Yeah, he sure does nice things with pretty much everything. Not only the fluorescence, for that matter. So I think today is going to be a whole bunch of retouching, so very small things. But one thing I was thinking, I think right before you came in, we were talking yesterday. I've got this whole part back here that has nothing on it, and I was like, yeah, I kind of want him to sort of like, you know, pop out of the darkness. But I think in the end I'm gonna put a little bit of a backlight in there, just a gray one, to just pick up a few of these things. Maybe perhaps. It's so hard to decide. Now that I'm saying it, I'm still having second thoughts. So if you got any ideas about that, I will be happy to listen. We'll see if today we're going to get any live, what's the name? I'm thinking of the Japanese word. Earthquakes? I was gonna say jishin, but that's not an English word. See if the earthquake fish is gonna leave us alone or not. Okay. So let me see. So let's start with working a little bit on what we worked yesterday. I had time to have a little look. I think I put too many like whites up here, and I would like to retract that a little bit. So what we're gonna do, we're going to make a darker red with this. There you go. So you're still being pretty happy with the oils there, discovering a bunch of stuff and learning more. I mean, it looks like you are, because that thing you were doing, again, it was looking really, really good. Very smooth, nice colors, very vivid. It's like you got that down. Okay. I was having some fun before poking around. Today I just got approved with the affiliate thing, because it was really cool. We got there pretty quickly. It's there are like a few conditions for you to be able to like apply, and the one that took me the longest, like it was like you have to have these many followers, you have to have streamed for these many days and all of that. I think the follower goal, I reached it really quickly, because it was really nice. The first streams we had, we got rated a bunch of times and all that. And then the only one was like you have to have streamed for 7 days, and on the 7th stream I was good. So that was really cool. But I didn't get around to doing the whole application thingy until today, because it's a bit tedious. You have to send them like your tax stuff. But so I got that taken care of, and now I've got a whole bunch of new things to play around with that I've got to set up pretty soon. I've got the subscriptions now. I've got the emotes. I can personalize a whole bunch of stuff, so that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun thing to do. I think the emotes, I'm gonna be having a bunch of fun. And then things that I hadn't even seen in other streams that I didn't know about. Thank you, Kendon. It is also thanks to you, so thank you. Like this thing popped out where it's like, allow people to play audio on your stream using bits or whatever, and I'm like, that's a thing you can do? I had no idea. Apparently, like, you can, they have a bunch of stupid audio clips, which I've no idea how they can use them, because there's a lot of stuff from like movies, a lot of meme stuff, but then you can upload your own. So I thought I might make a few, you know, miniature painting, Brush Brigands related audio clips, some silly stuff. I have a brother that works in music, so I think he would have fun doing some of that stuff. We'll see. We'll see what we can do to have some fun. There you go. Today I'm streaming a lot later, because I kind of had like a reverse day than I usually have. I usually, like, I stream in the afternoon when I don't have anything else to do, and then kind of after the stream at night I get dinner and all that. But this time I was like, no, I want to get everything done today and then stream. So that's what we did. We're all dined already. Like, after I finish the stream, the only thing I can do is like maybe watch someone else and then go to bed. So I was actually curious to see what kind of audience we can get at this time of day. Maybe the like late afternoon in Japan is a really weird time for people, for a lot of people. But for now, we're kind of just streaming when we can. But oh well. Oh, that is a lot of paint that we are almost stripping. We gotta remember that the paint on the miniature is not completely dried. So have you ever tried painting on the dried oils? I'd be curious to see how that was like for the first time, because for me, I was a little overwhelmed in the beginning and then it kind of clicked. So I guess it all depends on, you know, where you come from when you start painting with oils. You have not? Well, I think it's a great chance to see how that works, because it might be, I mean, it was a little bit weird for me because I was like, well, I'm all happy to be working with you know, wet oils, but I don't know about I don't know how to do it over dry oils and all that. So I mean, if you start later, we can maybe we can go through it live. You can tell me what your thoughts are. I don't know, I did it a couple of times and then it kind of clicked. You get the paints to a certain, like you get a certain amount of paint and you get it to a certain consistency where you just put it on and you are able to blend it. And a cool thing to do is like maybe if you put, you know, I get some white and I put it on here, just a single streak, and I try to blend it with the surroundings where there's nothing wet in the surroundings. Is a little hard, but if you put two colors together, like you'll put the white here and then you'll put some red next to it and then they'll blend into each other. The other thing that I suspect was making it a little bit hard for me to paint on dry miniatures was that I was trying to still use the oils that I had on the palette. And while that is okay, like you can do that, I'm using oils from yesterday right now, but when it starts being a few days, they have started curing, you know, which I believe is like the technical term for oils drying. So they might actually make it significantly harder for you to be able to blend them. So that might be that. Let's see. James almost seems to start again sometime. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I tried doing something like that and it actually did help, where you have your mini and it's dry, so you kind of do another pre-glaze over it, but this time is like you really don't want to put a lot of new color on. You kind of want to see the work that you have done so far. So I would put, like for example on this guy, I would make maybe a dark red, a thin glaze, and then put it on and brush it off a bit, and now I would have, I would still see what's going on the miniature, but now it's a bit more wet, and that actually did help. That's the first time that I had a miniature and it was dry, and I tried that technique, and I'm like, okay, I can actually paint with dry oils. I'm safe. It was the orc lady, or the half orc, the sexy one. She had been sitting with like her skin half done for a whole bunch of time, and so I did that trick on her and it actually worked. It worked great. Her skin looked beautiful. Oh, the almost dry kind of thing. Yeah, maybe sometimes like you feel that it's on that stage when it's like hard but not completely dry, and you like you want to like go over it and just blend it and it won't blend. Yeah, I guess if you start going a little violent on it, it might actually strip the paint. That definitely. So, or just adding a bit more red. It's a very for the details at the moment, but I'm still thinking, should I add that gray or not? Because there is nothing behind here. So I'm not sure. I think we could. I think we could at least try. That could be fun. That could be fun. Let me see. What can we use here as a brush? Nope. I need to get myself a few more of these like medium brushes that actually have a point that I can use. I don't have too many. No, I think we might want to go a little smaller. Or you know what? I think I might know what to do. I think I might know. We can use our kind of filbert brush here. So this is actually still wet. You can see the black there. So what we can do is we can make a little bit of this. I don't want any red in it, but we can make a black that's just slightly less black than what I have down there, and kind of see, like, test it a little bit, see what it would look like if we had some light source coming from about over here. So what if it was like on here, and like on here? It wouldn't go as far as like the face, but just to have something in the back. What if I put a bit like over here and here? Maybe a bit more white. Let's see. If we don't like it, we can just blacken it up again. So that's, but like you see, if I use it as a dry brush, it's gonna pick out a whole bunch of these like almost look like dragon scales that he's got on, like the thick leather lizardy kind of thing. So let's try to go with a bit of that. Yeah, you can actually see it a little bit. Let's give this a chance to wow us, shall we? All right. Well, but I'm pretty excited about this one because I had no idea what was going to happen if we were to try to paint with oils, an object source lighting over black primer. The black primer, I had no idea. I thought it might be a cool thing, it might work, but I had never tried. So I am glad we tried. I'm glad we experimented. Plus we did so many experiments with the all this kind of stuff. Yesterday we were testing staining. See some really nice highlights on black. Ooh, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'm using like a very dark gray at the moment because kind of trying to see where this could go. But let's see. Ideally, if this had been just a regular mini that I don't have any, limit with, because we're doing like the monochrome challenge, but if I could have done anything with it, I would have probably tried to put, so he's got a red light coming from here, so kind of like diagonally from that, I would have put a blue light or like a turquoise kind of light. So, but I really like the idea of the monochrome experiment. I'll like pick out some of this head details here that look really cool. Just a bit, and like the back of some of this armor thing, which is very kind of weird pointy situation there. and then a bit of this kind of like edge highlight, and it's not going to go as far as down there. I'm going to keep it over here. So, and exactly like you said, now we can take our blending brush and just blend a few of these areas. I really like this brush. It's super soft. It's one of those brushes that you just want to put like on your cheek or on your skin and just like brush yourself, and it feels really good. I hope I'm not the only one that does that, because that would be weird. But yeah, I think we can put a little bit of an edge highlight over here. It's gonna give it some interest. I think we can promote this idea. Plus, we're on such a dark mini that it's gonna be really easy to put some darks back in. So we shouldn't be afraid of that, for sure. Whoops, I just slapped the camera with my brush there. Pardon me. But the dry brush has been one of the most wonderful things of all. Like, or not the dry brush, but you know, the blending brush. Oh, it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. It's kind of what you would like the paint to do when you do the dry brush in acrylics, but kind of doesn't. It does not do that. It does that like dusty, sandy kind of effect that, to be honest, I thought it looked really cool when I started painting miniatures and I was watching, you know, YouTube tutorials and all that. I'm like, oh, dry brush, that looks so cool. But I don't know, I think that changed after a while. I think maybe I got tired of how it looked. But let's keep going here. Let's add a bit of that white. Just a slightest bit of thinner. Are you using the MIG ammo thinner? I was thinking next time I order my primer, I might want to try that one too, because I've got some just random like Japanese one, but the closest thing I could find is a thing called odorless petroleum. So which I think is the right thing, but I am not 100% sure, because I've been trying to check what kind of ingredients that Mona Lisa Speedball, is it called? They only call it like odorless thinner, but I did find the whole like the specs sheet on the internet, and I finally found out that the ingredients, the main ingredient, it's petroleum based, because I was trying to find a counterpart for all those wonderful oil thinners that other people use in other parts of the world, which none of them is here. And the only white spirits I could find that were they were the Talens, the brand, same brand that does the Rembrandt and the Van Gogh colors. Those worked really well, but they were also like intoxicatingly smelly. Like, oh my god, just like not odorless whatsoever. So very, very hard to work with. So I saw that. I tried to ask some very helpful staff over here, and they pointed me to these odorless thinners, petroleum thing, and it looked like that was what I was looking for. Because the one thing you don't want to use apparently is turpentine or turpentine, because that's like a weird that's actually like plant-based. I think it's made from tree resin or something. It's weird, and apparently that one's not good. Don't ask me why. So that one was not good, and then these weird Japanese ones, they only said that they were petroleum. And then there's a thing with white spirits. They tend to have a different name depending on the country you're in for some reason, because, you know, that's easier to understand from a consumer's point of view. That's what we want, right? Like with cameras, when the models, they'll have different names depending on what country you're in, because that's very user-friendly. So I did some research and I concluded that that one must be the one to go with, and I mean, it's working. It's looking pretty nice. So but I might grab that Megamo one next time I do an order from them, just to see, kind of like to check, because I know that one's a good one. So if it works the same as the one that I've been using, then I know I'm good. Kind of doing it like that. Oh no, don't worry about that. Do not worry. It's I do exactly the same thing when I watch other people's streams. Like most of the time I'll be working, or maybe I'll say hi like right after I wake up, so then I go shower. So there's like plenty of times when someone like starts talking to me or asking me something and I'm gone. So do not worry about that. We know it's a stream, and it is just a pleasure to have you on, of course. Yeah, so we keep going. Ooh, the Bob Ross. Wow. I actually wasn't sure whether they were still selling like the Bob Ross stuff. I remember sometime I go somewhere, someone was asking whether the Bob Ross oils were good for miniature painting, but it didn't look like many people tried them. I don't know if anybody did, but I didn't think that. Of course, there must be, if there are Bob Ross oil paints, there must be a thinner of some kind, because I think he does use that sometimes. And I wonder if that's just white spirits or what, but that's cool. I don't think I've seen that here. I don't think that is a thing over here. That is interesting. I wonder who, like, if that's like his family still running like selling this stuff or what. No idea. Odorless white spirit. Yeah, I thought so. One of the better ones. Nice. Yeah, I think this thing I have doesn't really smell. Yeah, not really. Just a little bit. If you like put it inside your nose like I just did, you get a little bit, but very little. So I hope it is gentle on my precious paints. I would hope so. Yep. Yeah, that part has been a bit of a harder part, you know, when starting with the whole oils business, especially for someone like I didn't know anything about oils. I mean, I suspected that they work different than acrylics because I know, you know, oils don't really mix with water. I knew that much, but I remember I would go on streams or Google and be like, all right, what do I use to thin them? How do I clean the brushes? What do I use for a palette? What kind of brushes can I even use? Like, I'm trying to remember all these questions, you know, to help out people that are just starting out. Luckily, there were people to ask, so these questions were quickly answered. But I remember that every time, so I would ask maybe James or someone else, and he would kindly answer, and then I go back and I'm like, and I got some stuff, and then the day after I was back with more questions. So definitely the acrylics are a lot easier to understand, because you know there's a lot of tutorials that are catered to the miniature painting community. So let's see here what we're doing with this thing. Still being pretty dark. Maybe in the next one I'll try to put a bit of highlights in and see how we're looking. I've never tried doing like just basically gray, pure gray stuff. I think I haven't used like pure gray as in just white mixed with black since I was painting with acrylics. Because in acrylics you get all those grays that have maybe a bit of a different hue, but when I started with oils, I quickly learned that it's like, no, you don't use gray. That's boring. You could mix purple with green and make a nice gray. That's a lot more fun. So that's what we did. There you go. So let me see here. Always trying to figure out where our light source could be coming in, and also trying to figure out what a good brush would be for this. So yeah, I actually started, once I understood that you didn't really need crazy good brushes for oils, you could kind of try with your craft store brushes and whatnot. I actually went to my dollar store, which is your 100 yen store here, if you want to be precise. And I just bought, they had these sets of 3 brushes. I think I still have the thing here. It doesn't have any in, but like this thing contained, I think it was these blue brushes here. It had like three different sizes of these, and I just started painting with those. And with the weeks, I kept buying those. Now I have like, I don't know, I must have like 30 of those brushes in different sizes and conditions. Oh, there you go. Hey, Avocado Kids came in, and that is a new sound. Look at that. Hey, that is awesome. You use the bits. It's a new thing because we're affiliate now. Thank you so much. I didn't even know how they worked. That thing just turned on. How are you doing, Avocado Kids? Thank you. Yeah, I just got approved like a couple of hours ago, I think. I was telling Kendon how I was just like playing around with all the stuff. I'm like, oh, now I can make emotes. I can like, you know, you change the name of all this stuff, the subscriptions and all that. And just want to make some fun stuff for people to use. Can be fun. You can even do like, for the bits, there's a thing where you can play audio. So I might get someone to record some weird audio for me to play. Nothing obnoxious, like some of the stuff that's on the Twitch choice list. It's like, no, thank you. But so yeah, you're still around. I've seen you in James' stream this morning. I know you guys made a you had like a boost party or something. I was like showering. You were like, you gotta come to the stream, and I was like, okay, bye, showering, see you later. And then when I get onto the stream, it's like everybody's going crazy, and then James wasn't even sure what was going on. I had no idea that thing was a thing. I didn't get it in my chat. I'm not sure, but anyway. Well, I hope you are doing good. Is it the middle of the night there? Or is it, I'm not sure. I know You are not a big sleeper, it looks like, because what did you stream for 14 hours yesterday? Something ridiculous like that. Oh, I've been meaning to sleep. Avocado. Well, I hope maybe we can relax you a bit. Can help you get to sleep with this sweet little face that inspires dreams and happiness, right? I didn't even think about turning him when you came in. Oh man. So yeah, I am doing great. This is what we painted yesterday. I think I started and ended my stream yesterday while you were streaming, and so we did a little test. We primed this whole thing in black, right? And then you asked me too on Instagram what the Monochrome challenge was. It's a little like challenge thing from Instagram that I'm just participating in, and I was assigned the color red. And I can only paint a miniature using all of the reds that I have, which are these four that you can see on the palette, and then black and white. So we got crimson, our magenta, our vermilion, and of course the champion cadmium red deep. And I thought, what kind of miniature can I paint with just one color? And I thought maybe a cool, like very dark object source lining would be cool. So that's what we did yesterday. We did all this, which was a lot of fun. Candon was here too. He's painting another miniature from Artisan Guild, which it was looking really nice too. And maybe he will join us in the painting in a bit. But this is what we've been doing. And which brand is that? Oh, mainly Holbein. Yeah, those four are all from the Holbein. I started with this. That's what you get here in Japan. One of the most biggest ones that you get. It had a nice big 12 set of oils. And then another brand, I don't know if you've heard of it, is called the Kusakabe. So I don't know if that means like what kusa is like grass wall. And then just a few more, I think, European brands that I tried here and there just to see, but mainly those two, and they're working pretty nice. And yesterday we've been doing some experiments to see how staining the colors are, and we were making some interesting discoveries. I had no idea that colors like the Terra Rosa could actually stain, so it can be a lot of fun. Not heard of those. Yeah, I don't know. I just Kusakabe and Holbein are basically and there's another one, Matsuda, I think it's called. Those are kind of the main brands that you find when you go into an art store, at least in the Tokyo area, but probably in Japan in general. So yeah, how's that candy dice tower doing? It was looking pretty sweet the other day when I was on the stream. I don't think you finished it though, right? You're gonna finish it pretty soon, maybe on another stream. So in Italian you would say excuse the back, because, or literally excuse the shoulders. But we're putting in a few light sources here from coming from the back to kind of contrast the front. So excuse the back for a little bit. The hero dragon is in as well. Another loyal regular lately. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Have you come to see another earthquake? We sure hope not to have one today, but I mean, I think yesterday we had it and I just kept painting. I think you could see the the camera's shaking. That was a lot of fun. If Avocado Kids, we had an earthquake on stream. I mean, you understand how how common it is here, but it was kind of fun to have it on stream. And I was like, oh, it's shaking, it's shaking. Are we okay? Are we okay? Are we good? Can we keep going? So I even forgot to look where the earthquake was supposed to be in Japan. All the earthquakes, yeah, it's that's the next level painting difficulty. Just keep painting while the ground is literally shaking. I'm on the second floor, so not too bad, but wooden house, so pretty shaky. I remember some years ago I used to live in a big building. I actually used to live on the 11th floor, and it was a nice like a newer fully concrete building. So those buildings, they shake a lot. It would be like, usually when it shakes you feel it going like, you know, like this, but our building would just go like wee, very slowly, rocking back and forth. Was always in apartments. Yeah, it depends, really depends on where you are, how much you feel it. Oh yeah, you're in an izakaya and you're like, well, a lot of izakayas, or for people that are not familiar, Japanese bars, they're like under the train tracks, so it does feel like it already feels like an earthquake every 5 minutes. So not sure what area you were at, but yeah, now you do feel them here. You do feel them because well, you do feel the movement, and then when it shakes, the house actually makes noise. It goes ka-clunk, ka-clunk. So yeah, man, you make me want to go to an izakaya. Do you miss the stuff like you know, highballs and sours and the weird drinks you get here, and the izakaya food? I know it was a few years ago now that you're gone. I miss everything. Oh no. Oh look, you got a nice badge now. I love that. I gotta do the badges too. That's gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna give you guys the silliest badges for everything. Hey, the Hero Dragon's got some of his Eevee airbrushed. The largest portion. Are you doing that thing where you put in the color with the airbrush first and then kind of paint in the details, or are you doing more of a zenithal kind of thing? How does it work? I never thought about painting something like a Pokemon. Do you paint it like in very matte colors, or like, you know what I mean, like kind of like it appears in the anime, or do you actually give it like highlights and shadows and stuff? I know I ask a lot of questions, but I'm curious. Yeah, so let's turn him every once in a while we take a sip of water, so he can look at you in the eye and steal your soul. But we're gonna be working on the behind the scenes here for a little bit, because we decided to put just a little bit of light from the other side and see how that looks. Kind of like he's gonna have a little bit of an edge highlight, or a silhouette highlight kind of thing. I'm gonna lurk. You ask too many questions. That's funny. Well, that might happen with me as well. Well, you know. Well, it's like when you're streaming, you're the only one doing the conversation, basically. So sometimes maybe you get a little carried away. I do for sure. There you go. Primed in, then now did a silver coat. That's interesting. Nice. So you're gonna do the Eevee on in grays? That is that sounds fun. And is it like a what is it called? Like an exposition piece, a decoration, decorative piece, or is it used in I don't know if there's like Pokemon tabletop games. I do not think I have heard of any of those, but well, if you put that on the Instagrams, I will make sure to take a look. I was wondering whether I should have like a Discord or what. Like, I don't think I'll have time to, you know, fully manage a Discord. I'm really trying to focus on mainly just, you know, creating content without too much of those like other things that take a lot of time. Oh, it's shiny version. Oh, I see. I see. Sounds cool. So yeah, I don't know, like there's like a Discord group that I'm already in where it's kind of like just a bunch of painters that got together. It was Paint Miniatures who started it, but now it's kind of like it's all about miniature painting, and it's got a ton of channels in there, and I like it because it has specifically like acrylic painting, the for sharing your own stuff, and oil painting. So maybe I should just use that as when people want to put stuff in the Discord. Maybe I will think about that. Normal version still in the box. Ooh. Sounds cool. I used to love Pokemon so much when I was a kid. I think I was 11 when the show first aired here in Italy, so I was collecting everything, like all of the stupid little cards and all that. And one of my favorites was Eevee. There's one of our game members that she really likes Pokemon. She always comes with Pokemon accessories on some part of her body, either earrings or necklaces or you know, Bonnie holders. Hey. Yeah, don't have any of that yet, Avocado. I still have to set that up. Well, the Instagram, it's like if you scroll a little bit down, you find it, but I still have to set up a bot, which I will do pretty soon. That's kind of the things that I'm figuring out as I go. But I think the next thing I'll do the bot thing. Today, the big thing was to file all that thing for the affiliate to send over all the documents, which didn't take so long, but it was one of the things that I had been putting off for a few days since I qualified. So I've been liking doing it a little at a time because it does give me more time to just, you know, stream instead of maybe taking more time off because I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to set up this and that. Like, we're being like, okay, does the camera work? Okay, we can stream. But thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. Then at a bit at a time, we'll have all kinds of cool things set up. Yeah, no, there's nothing there. Nothing to get. Like, I didn't even go on to anything yet. I didn't even, whatever it is that you do, like subscribe to one of those websites or whatever. So it is empty. There you go. So what I'm doing here is this light that's coming from behind him, I'm putting it just a little bit like over the that it goes on the other side, so when you hopefully when you see him from this side, you're gonna see a little bit of that highlight over here, and it's gonna be sort of like an edge highlight kind of thing, or at least that's what we want to achieve. We'll see how that works. Thank you, avocado kids. You are so nice. Aw. There you go. You become my real life bot. Yeah, so hopefully we can do that and have that all nice and set up. We can have that thing where, that nice little command where you type like so and then the name of the person, and then you can see their Twitch, and everybody can do the shout outs. By the way, Avocado, which one are you using? Do you have any recommendations about, because I've heard like, what are they called? Nightbot, Chatbot, I don't know, Breadbot, Pizza Bot. They're like all kinds, and I was wondering if there was a one that I should specifically go with, or do all of them, or what? Oh really? Oh, Streamlabs has them? It didn't tell me it did. So you're telling me that the thing that I have already set up already has them? And maybe all I have to do is like enable them? That is interesting. I even tried to look for them. I'm like, do you want to see that maybe they're just on Streamlabs? But I couldn't find them. I could not find them. Cloudbot, okay. Well, I might do that after the stream then. We'll see what we can do with that. Thank you. That actually is gonna save me some time. I was just gonna, you know, look them up and probably get hooked up with some other external service, but thanks to you, I will just go onto Streamlabs and then enable that later. That is, I am happy that I asked. Very much happy. I'm not sure whether he's on stream or not, but maybe if he is, I think he's on there and then he pops in every once in a while. Or sometimes he just goes downstairs and does other things. So the mini is from yesterday, but basically we're still working on wet oils here. Like, it is really not that hard to blend this thing, especially like I'm just putting some strokes on it, and then I'm just gonna go over it later and blend it with a blending brush. There you go. Oh yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah, he'll have the stream on, but like he's also doing other stuff, working and all that jazz. He does make sure that everything is good in the beginning, and then I'm kind of, you know, I'm a big girl. I can do it on my own afterwards most of the time. Okay, so I'm having that back of the head. What shape brain does a mind flayer have when you keep staring at him for so many hours? You start wondering weird things, like what is in that skull? Does he even have a skull, or is he more like a what is it called, like a fish? I keep thinking Japanese words. Maybe I should just do the stream in Japanese. That could be an idea. You got your first pay from Twitch? Congratulations! Well, that means that you were doing pretty good there, because I think you have to have a certain amount of money in there to take them out. Sakana. Yeah, no, I was thinking taco, like octopus, that's the word. Yeah. Man, congratulations, Avocado. Well, you've been streaming so much too. That's gotta be pretty satisfying there, especially with all the money that it withholds. Twitch, like I was looking at it. I think the subs are something ridiculous. Like they take like 50%, and then they take taxes, and then they take taxes again, and stuff like that. And then they take, you know, a little surplus because their dog needs to eat and stuff like that. An octopus brain, and yes, the skull of whatever the body was. Oh well, I guess maybe their body is just made of whatever they ate off of the adventurers that ventured in their lair. Who knows? They are pretty weird creatures, but they look so fancy. Like who is his tailor? Look at this thing. Like he is a monster living like underground in the Underdark, but look at how fancy he looks. Look at how fancy. Let's see. I've been streaming since September. Well, September was not a lot of months ago. That's right? Wasn't it just like a couple of months ago? That's pretty good. Don't be hard on yourself. Just grateful. I actually did know that they take over a host body. I guess they transform it. I thought they just like ate their brain, you know, fluid, or kind of like their mental capacity. I think, don't they get like angry if the guy that they're eating is not intelligent enough or something like that? They're like, I don't like that. I thought I read something like that. Like that brain doesn't taste too good. Why did you take over a host body? I don't know. Ask him. Why did you take over a host body? Because it was delicious. Yes. There's a graphic version of the transformation on YouTube. Really? Who made that? Who makes that? Please tell me it's like in like documentary style, like with that like the British voice from National Geographic. The beholder, when hungry, you will tend to... And I said beholder, but I meant mind flayer. The mind flayer. I always say beholder because that's my favorite monster. But anyway, that's pretty funny. Yep. I don't think so. If he is not responding in the chat, then he is not. But thank you for offering. Maybe I can just try figuring it out. I mean, if it's in Streamlabs, I should be pretty good finding it. All right. Have a good nap, Avocado. Maybe we'll see you later. Maybe we'll see you at next time. Thank you so much for the bits. Now I know what happens when someone does that. I actually didn't know, wasn't sure. Okay, have a good lurky lurk. See you later. All right, so yeah, I think it's a good thing that we're putting a little bit of highlights in the back here. I'm not gonna put too many, but we are giving this this side a little bit more definition because it was really just too too lonely over there, and there's so many cool, you know, details that they just deserve to be discovered. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna take one of our nice makeup brushes, and we're gonna clean them on our kitchen towel, and I'm gonna put a little bit more of that just here. Like, we really are putting very little paint on the brush, but what it's gonna do, it's going to pick up just a little bit of these really, really cool details that he's got on his brand super fancy vest here. I mean, we do have to have at least a bit of paint on the brush. Like, so what you just saw happen was, like, I actually had almost no paint on the brush, so I didn't do anything. And I had to go back and get a little bit more, but I do prefer it this way, because in the beginning, like, if you don't have enough paint on your brush, you can always add more. If you have too much paint on your brush, it's not gonna look too pretty, so less is better. You can always add more. That's at least for me, it works that way. There you go. So Hero Dragon, are you gonna paint in a bit too? Because I know that we had other people were gonna join in, which is always fun, because, like, already it's cool when you're streaming. Like, it's kind of like having your bodies here with you and you're just painting together, or at least, like, you know, you're painting while you're talking to them. By the way, is this a little too dark? Because today I managed to make my camera a little darker, because it always looked like it kind of like was blowing out the image. But if it's too dark, let me know and I'll try to make it a little bit brighter for you, because we want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing, right? That's kind of the point. So, okay, so now there's actually, you can see a little bit of that detail over there, and that is exactly what we wanted. After the layers dry, I'll start back up. That sounds great. Got that Eevee done, and join its brother there. Nice. It's always cool to see what other people are working on. Sometimes it can give you even some inspiration to try something new. There you go. So now we're actually seeing what's on this side of the head, because before it was just a bunch of black, and I think it would have looked a little too empty. If I Thank you, avocado. No problem. Yeah, it's like, what, that's the piece of black thing you're painting? What, was I supposed to see something? Yeah. That's good. Well, I mean, you know, you can just let me know if there is anything, and I'll try to fix it. Okay, so when we're looking at it now, we're starting to see we have our bright red up here, and then in the back we're starting to see a little bit of stuff happening. So I'm actually liking how this brush is working. So, like, the makeup brush, you know, if you take one of your regular, I can't see any of them at the moment, your filbert brushes, you know, let's take a big one here just for comparison. So the painting filbert brushes are pretty thin, and they're pretty, you know, they they bend pretty easily, but a makeup brush is actually pretty thick and it doesn't really bend. So the other day I was at the 100 yen store, or the you know, Japanese dollar store, and I was like, what if makeup brushes were a thing and we can actually use them in our oil painting? Because I've been really liking this, you know, not spending a lot of money to get quality tools. So I'm like, how about we keep that tradition going with maybe trying a few more dollar brushes, and it actually works pretty nicely, especially when you're doing the first coats or something that needs the dry brush kind of look. So we're pretty satisfied with that. Yes, we are. They're a thing in acrylic. Oh, well, I guess they can make for really good dry brushes. And thinking about that, when I was painting in acrylic, man, I would have killed for a good dry brush. I could not find one. That's so stupid that I didn't think of getting a makeup brush. So you have been using them for acrylics, or at least I'm guessing that that would be what you use them for, mainly. Acrylics are definitely another thing that you can use unusual techniques with. The one friend that's painting with acrylics, she uses a like a soft toothbrush to get the blends going, and I have no idea how she does it, but she shows me these pictures and she's got blends. Hey, we have a raid going on by Chris Minis. Welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? What were you doing on your stream? What were you painting? Thank you for that raid. Haven't dabbed in oils. Yeah. So let's turn this guy to show the new people that are coming in. We are painting this bust. Hey, afternoon, morning. Not sure which one it is for you. For me, it's actually night. Chris Binnies, what were you working on? How's it going? Man, we can start getting the party started. I will take a sip of my water today, but it's in a cool it's in a cool tankard, so it's almost like if it was a drink. We have been working on a monochrome object source lighting since yesterday, and you have been working on a futuristic sci-fi warrior lady in the style of, oh my god, I have to see that. Well, I'm gonna throw you a follow when I'm done with this, and I'm gonna go check out your VOD because that sounds really cool. I actually haven't done, I don't think I've done anything Wi-Fi sci-fi myself yet, so that sounds good. Did you get, I hope you got a whole bunch of work done today. And it's early morning. Yeah, I mean, it's 10:30 p.m. here. I guess in a way it's early morning here as well.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh, thank you for that follow, Chris. You just made Garon very happy. And me. Thank you so much. Have you been going for a long time? I know that when you raid sometimes, well, I've been having it too, you raid maybe after like 4 or 5 hours that you've been streaming, and the the consciousness is starting to go. I think the longest I have seen someone, I think when Avocado Kids raided me on our first stream, he had been going on for like something ridiculous, like 13.5 hours. Some people are pretty strong. Okay, so basically we're painting with red and red only, and well, aided by white and black. We're painting in oils, And this was for like a challenge that I joined on Instagram, and I thought, how about we try priming something in black and just put some object source lighting on this. And we've been slowly, I mean pretty quickly, because it's only, we've been working on a few hours yesterday, longer than I usually. Only hunger and chores tend to stop me. Yeah, hunger's a big one. Cool. Cool. That's nice. Well, I'm glad that the stream went well and long and prosperously. And I hope you get to finish her soon. I am really curious to see her. Yes, that is a thumb condom, and it is very handy. I do believe they use it to like turn pages. I found it in in the dollar store, and apart from looking really silly, it helps me not to get too much cadmium and titanium on my skin. So I thought, well, that it is so fashionable and handy that we just have to wear it on stream, you know, to be safe. So, because I tend to, I put a lot of paint on my fingers. So, yep, owning it. Yes, so these are oils, and you know, some of them might not be too good, but this guy over here, I mean, some of them might not be too bad, but the cadmium and cadmium red deep usually mean there's cadmium in it, and same for the titanium and titanium white. So you know, it's like maybe we don't want too much of these things on our skin. Maybe we would like our skin to you know, to keep being skin for a few more years. So let me see. Yep. So painting in oils, and this has been very quick actually. I think the VOD from yesterday was pretty long. I think I went on for like 6 hours, but we did all this, and I was almost like, I could have almost called it a day and just ended it here. Whoop, as we got a little body bot in, which we're gonna take care in just a second. There you go. But yeah, so this was great. We actually were trying to yep, we were trying to experiment, right, Hero Dragon, to see how it would be to do something with oils starting from a black primer, because I had never done it. I usually use this kind of color, like the flesh primer, because with oils you do this technique where you kind of create this. Let me see if I have something to show you. You kind of create like a base, a transparent base of wet oils on your miniature by just slapping a bunch of paint on and brushing it off with makeup sponges, you know. So I thought, well, does that make sense to do that with black primer? But it actually did. We had, and still now, in these places where it looks like it's just primer, if I do this, you can see that there's black paint on it that is not dry. So that is what we have been doing. So today we are probably gonna finish up here on the front, but at the moment we were putting some counter lights, some backlights on the back. So now I'm gonna get some of this red off of this brush. I need more of these. I do need more of these, but hey. So there we go. Well, see, I'm glad that I streamed at a slightly different time. You get new people. And we will see who else is going to join tonight. The party of the Brush Brigands. So now that we've got a nice, I think you can see it too on camera, that there is a bit of that gray highlight all over the place. I think now what we can do is we can put in a bit more lighter gray. Not too much, not too crazy. Just enough that it picks out some of the details. Oh, thank you, Chris. Thanks for checking that out. That is very appreciated. And there you go. Oh, the beholder. Yeah, I got him right here. The beholder was actually made in acrylics, and it was one of my first attempts. Man, he's big. It was one of my first attempts at object source lighting, and I have to say I was not too happy with him. The acrylics were not as bright as I was expecting. It was a bitch to try and like blend the colors in, and I wanted to do something better with the skin tone, I guess I can call it. But this is kind of like towards the end of my acrylics career. I think one day I would love to try him again in oils and see how crazy we can get with that. But thank you. The mini itself is a gorgeous mini by the same guys that made this guy, and I do have a soft spot for the beholder. I will not deny that. I am a sucker for beholders. That's my longtime favorite monster. For some reason, I don't even want to delve into why. Like, I don't know. I just love beholders. I have a beholder necklace. Could always repaint it. Yeah, but you know, I think I'm just gonna get a new model because I'm lucky to have good access to printed minis, and you know, it is a reminder of what kind of things I was doing with the acrylics. The eye tentacle, right? They're so cool, and they're so, like, the way it's sculpted. Like, Artisan Guild makes these really good poses, very very dynamic. Like, there are a lot of other places that they'll do like cool looking sculpts, but not a lot of pose. Like, people will just like be standing there, or it'll be like, you know, your standard open mouth pose. So Artisan Guild has the cool thing where they do really cool, very dynamic poses, and they don't do too much detail, which is great. So great for first attempt. Ooh, oh man, is that gonna be your first time trying OSL? That object source lighting can be a lot of fun. I think maybe I didn't have enough patience at that time, or I don't know. I think in that particular period, I was getting a little bit obsessed with color theory, and so I was trying to match up colors and see, like, just based on color theory, and I'm like, okay, so I have these 3 beams and I want to do them 3 different colors, and I went over and over again a few times, and then I started painting, and then I realized, did I just make like a cyan, magenta, yellow color beam? Like, I went through all of these thought processes that I was trying to learn, and then it ended up being 3 colors that I didn't really care for. So in turn, that kind of like demotivated me to paint it a little bit as well. But you know, now I love doing object source lighting. The second attempt I had was also not the greatest. So I tried to paint this, I think it was like a fighter girl, and she was holding a torch. So first, I couldn't get right the light that was, you know, falling on her from the torch. And then when I was finally starting to get it right, I broke the torch. So I think I just rage stopped it. I know that feeling. Oh, well, you definitely need to have a bit of patience and perseverance, because it's like, okay, it's not a big deal to restart it. I mean, acrylics are so thin too that if you're thinning your paints properly, you can just let it dry and then just like prime it over again. It's probably gonna be easier than stripping it. The cool thing about oils is that while you're painting them, they dry really, really slowly. So you can literally just like wipe it off. It comes in very handy when you're doing things like freehand. I was doing actually this girl a few streams ago. We're doing some really neat freehand on this Oni, right? So, well, we were doing the tiger pattern here, which actually turned out pretty easy. But then we were making this kanji here on the gourd, if you can see it. Let me see where the focus is around here. And, we needed to give it a few tries. But the cool thing was that as soon as, we started painting, and then it didn't look too good, so we just took one of our sponges here, and we just went whoop, and it just came off. And if you do it right, it doesn't strip all of the paint. You'll just take off mostly, what's in front. So oils are great for that, redoing kind of business. So I have been enjoying them greatly. So there you go. And I thought it would be interesting to try this like color limitation on stream, especially now that you made me think about it again with the Beholder. When I was getting so frustrated about what colors to use, I guess this could be a good exercise to just, we were saying yesterday, you're not really thinking about what color goes where. You're just thinking about what texture is this miniature, and how does the texture of like his skin or the other stuff that he's wearing affect how the color is on the miniature. So that actually put us in a really cool thought process there. Does sound handy. Painting scratches and stuff, keep having to go back over with the color below to fix. Yeah, no, it's definitely it has made my life a lot easier. There has been a whole like bit of a revolution going on lately with more and more people trying the oils and liking them a lot. I still hold on to my acrylics. I've been painting with oils for like a couple of months now, but I know that, well, one thing is maybe if you need to paint a mini real quick and you need it to be dry like the day after, I know there are things you can do with oils to make them dry quicker, but if you want to be sure, just paint it in acrylics, because they do dry really fast, a little too fast. And also, as I always say, you never know when maybe I'll feel like something different and I just want to bust out the good old wet palette and just paint in acrylics for a little bit. That can be, it's always good to change up what you're doing. But personally, it's been a lot easier to paint with oils than acrylics, so that's kind of why I switched. But I know there's people that just prefer acrylics, and that is why it is so wonderful that we have more than one medium to choose. I know there's people that use like enamel or powders, or they just use airbrush. Everybody has their own style. Yep, but I am happy that I ran into acrylics. Hey, Benson Striker, thank you for that follow. Thank you very much. I will give you his face for a little bit here, because we're painting his back for a whole bunch of time, so it might not be the best thing to look at. I mean, the outfit is quite it's quite fashionable, but yep, this is the guy we're painting. And in a few moments, when we finish a few more of these highlights, we might go back and do a bit more reds. Thank you, Benson. Thank you so very much. Hey, so how are you doing today? On this fine morning, evening, or whatever. On this fine winter day, unless you're in Australia. So can't even say that. And there's probably a high chance you are, since looking at the time that I'm streaming. I'm actually not sure if I ever got Aussie people yet. Well, maybe I did one or two. I'm actually getting quite a few fellow Europeans, and then sometimes a few friends from here, from Japan, pop into the chat. There you go. Oh, East Canada. And I am glad your day is going well. That is very, very nice. Do you paint as well? Were you with Chris? Perhaps. Let's see. Okay, I think yeah, I did a little bit of, I don't know if you can see on his like hook up here. I did a little bit of stippling there to give that that skin a little bit of that you know, a texture of some kind. And so this has a very, very mild you know, kind of light source over here, which we're going to go back and give it a bit more love. But for now, actually, let me bring it over to almost where the sunburns would be, I guess. Do you think that's an ear or just a very tiny tentacle that he's got? I have so many questions. Hey, oh, Avocado Kids, thank you. Are you back from your slumber already? Thank you so much for that. Shout outs for Avocado Kids, and please be the bot again and throw your link in there, because now that we have some people, I need people to go throw a follow to Avocado Kids if you're not already, because he makes the most wonderful dioramas and he is a great host. And he recently did this amazing like back alley kind of thing with it was like this wall with graffiti on, and like the barrel was amazing. Eh? Oh no. But if you're not Avocado, where is he? No, anyway, for reals, just go throw Avocado Kids a follow and go hang out with him, especially if you like harmonicas. You might get a pleasant surprise when you pop in. There you go. I wish there was a thing like, instead of following people when they're offline, you could like kind of like just turn the notification on for them, and then the next time they go live, you can go in and give them the follow so they get it when they're live. But I guess that's too much to ask of Twitch. Anyway, Avocado Kids, I raise my tankard to you. I lie about a lot of things, but not about Avocado Kids. There you go. Oh, there you go. Offline follows. Those are fun too, because when you're, maybe you have it too, Chris, when you go back in, maybe you're ready to stream, you go into your account and you see that there's new followers and you're like, oh, that's cool. Someone was thinking about me when I was not online. Maybe someone was talking about you in some chat, or maybe you got some shout outs, because this community is pretty amazing with things. And you know, everybody helps each other and everybody talks about their favorite people and kind of like promotes them. It's been great, and I wish they always follow back. Aw, go nap already. Like, take care of your body, avocado kids. I would make you, like, if I was there, I'd make you like maybe some hot cocoa, or like a mug of hot milk with honey, or even some chamomile. Is it chamomile or chamomile? Anyway. Yeah, right? I know, it's like, oh, I got more follows. I didn't even get to say thank you. Oh well. It is nice. It is nice. But yeah. Okay. I don't think I'm regretting what I'm doing here. Yesterday I went back and forth with my thoughts so many times. I'm like, oh, I want him to kind of come out of the darkness, but do I want a little bit of something going on back here? I don't know. So I think now we can switch to a little bit of reds. We've been working too on his eyes. Basically what I want to do is I wanted to give him like the kind of like blank, you know, void eyes. Oh yeah, I think we can go on to the reference pictures, because we haven't done it yet. Let me do that. There you go. So the first 3 pictures on the top left are what I did before painting him. I took the miniature before priming it, and I shown some red light from, you can see on my phone. I just googled the color red on my phone, and just I shown the screen on him, just to get an idea of where the light would fall and where our darkness would be. But so basically I wanted to give him eyes like this guy's, or this guy's, where they're kind of like, I don't know, I always imagine them to be blind or to not have pupils. And so that's kind of what we're doing. But of course there's going to be some red in there, because our whatever light source it's going to be, it is red. So that is what we're doing. There you go. Oh, that's what I've been seeing every time I change the screen with the back of my eyes. I see stuff moving. It's the all the bits and stuff going back into the tankard. Mystery solved. That was bothering me yesterday. I'm like, is that stuff happening? Are there like notifications that I'm not seeing? Nope, that's just that. Okay, so what we've been doing in front here, the main star here has been our good old cadmium red, and the highlights do have some white, and we have been mixing in actually some crimson, which is a kind of like translucent dark red, like bloody red kind of color. Quite beautiful. And then this is our magenta. It's literally like magenta color, and that has been going in a little bit as well. We have used very little of our vermilion, which I wasn't sure whether or not I was gonna use it. I just thought these are the colors I have, so might as well use them. So looking at this, I think we got a pretty good gig going on our metallic parts, which is the chain and these rings, because I guess he doesn't have ears, so he puts his earrings on his clothes, something like that. I think I still need to do a little bit with these tentacles over here, because like the light is coming from this, right? So I think if this is still white over here, I think I should put some whiter light like on these tentacles as well. We should put a bit more of a highlight on it. So we will proceed and go on to do just that. But I think yesterday what was happening was that we were starting to have a little bit too much paint on it, and when that happens, you want to just let it sit for a little bit, or paint stripping is going to start happening. So this is basically what we're going to do. Just doing a bit of blending before we go in, and there you go. So actually, I forgot to say, but Chris P, if you are still in there, do feel free to drop your link to your Twitch onto the chat so people can go follow you. That is very welcome for you to do. Or I mean, people can always just click on your name and go follow you, but do feel free to do that. I'll be very happy for you too. So yeah, we put the paint over there, and what we can do is just we can put it there, and then with a blending brush, I think we're gonna be able to show that quite well. You see that there's all that white over there, and actually let me take this chance to kind of fix our focus a little bit, because every once in a while we kind of have to, there you go, redo the autofocus. Jajang, there you go. So we got that blob of white, right? So this is a clean brush, and we kind of like pick at the base of this color. We don't go all the way in, but if we pull a bit of that color, it will just blend with the rest of the miniature. And that is the power of oils, because you can do that in about 10 seconds as opposed to, you know, glazing colors for 5 hours. And we're gonna get rid of a few hairs, fuzzies that have made their way onto that. Oh, okay, Chris, don't worry. There you go. Yeah, for sure. It's like, you don't need to go crazy about that whole, oh my god, follow, shout outs and all that, but I am happy to share, to have people share their links with in the chat, because why not? Especially because it sounds like you're doing something really cool. So maybe I'll be able to raid you back one of these days. I don't know if you have a set schedule. I actually don't. I wish I did, but at the moment I kind of can't. You have a 3D printer. Not like me personally. The husband does 3D printing stuff. I believe we have an Elegoo Mars and stuff like that. We use the and then we have like the Ender 3 for filament kind of printing. We started with that one. There you go. Do you print too, Smooth Ride? It's a growing community, I noticed, and it's been pretty cool for painting for sure. I started painting a couple of a couple of years ago. A couple of hours ago would be pretty impressive. Maybe 2 years ago, and I was painting stuff like the Reaper Bones miniatures, like, and whatever I could lay my hands on, the WizKids Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and then miniature or 3D printing possibilities came along, and I was like, wow, there is so much out there, and they look so much cooler than some of the stuff you buy. It's a really fun hobby, yes. Got into it before I started painting. Huh. Aw. What kind of stuff do you like to paint? Do you paint for, are you a GM maybe? Do you paint for your games? Or do you paint more busty kind of stuff? Let me know, let me know. And, well, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people out there that maybe they just got their printer or whatnot, and I'm sure there are a few people that would be happy to exchange, you know, miniature painting tips for 3D printing tips. When you're here, you feel free to ask any kind of question about miniature painting, and if there's anything that I can help with, I will be happy to answer. We usually, like, I started with the idea of kind of tackling a couple of different techniques on every stream. Like here we're doing object source lighting mainly. We're doing a bit of like metallics here. So for the friends who DM, yeah, that makes sense. Well, they must be really, really happy to have access to all that stuff. Have you made terrain as well? That's a really cool thing to make for DMs. I think I saw some new terrain that came out just today, and that one you can just literally throw. You can use it like that, especially if you print it with some filament, like the one that looks like stone, the marble filament, or you can just throw some you know, craft store acrylic paints on it and just a very rough airbrush, and you're done. Not airbrush, dry brush. Never felt so useful. Yeah, it's like you're a player, but you actually get to do something for the game. Well, that never happens. It is really nice. So yeah, I have been painting minis, and in the past it has happened that, you know, maybe I'll paint a monster or whatever and then forget about it, and then that monster turns up in one of our fights, and I'd be like, shit, why did I paint that one? Let me think. You know what? I want to say I don't think any of my characters have been killed by a monster that I've painted up until now. I don't think. That would be pretty unfortunate. Whatever they ask for, terrain or mini. Mind Flayer Dragon, nice. Fellow players don't know yet. I think I'm going to get some dirty. Oof. Yeah, then you become like an accomplice. You're like, why did you print that for him? Yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely for. Again, I don't print myself, but for what I have seen, it is not completely, you know, very easy to get into. Like, what's the word I was looking for? Intuitive. It's not super intuitive. And I know there's a lot of people that have a few issues understanding or getting the results that they want, but there's a lot out there, a lot of resources from what I can see. And the resin too, it's not something that like everybody can afford to have in their house. It's not much for the price, but more for the danger factor, or like the maintenance of what you have to do, of how you have to like kind of like treat the miniatures when they come out, like wash them and clean them and all that, from the little I could understand from it. A filament printer is a lot easier. There's not much toxicity going on over there, but yeah, resin is a little bit more involved security wise. Like if you don't know what you're doing, I guess you can get pretty messed up, either breathing powders or getting stuff on your skin. So, you know, hopefully people know what they're doing. But there's a lot of people out there that are painting or printing miniatures for people. You see a whole bunch of them on Etsy and stuff like that. So I'm trying a little bit of this stippling thing again. The cool thing with oils is that I can do this, and then if I want my stippling to look more blended, all I have to do is take a dry brush like this one, like a clean brush, and just very gently like pat it, and it'll just blend just the right amount. We did it with where is it? The pattern on her loincloth here. We put these the stripes on, and then, you know, they just looked painted. They didn't look like they belonged there. So we took this and we just very, very gently, you don't want to do like right after you've painted them, but maybe 10 minutes after, you just do choo, 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 and you have to make the sound as well, and it'll look more blending in there. I've seen that one. I think I've seen that technique on a video of someone that was painting with oils, and they were doing the weathering on stuff like tanks and stuff like that. So with the oils, they would literally like put some lines on it, and then they would do that, and it would look like a scratch. So I was like, ooh, cool. Let's use that. So that's what we're doing here. Before it looked like a bunch of dots, and now when I do this, I can barely see the dots. Of course, in the beginning, you run a lot into that like overblending kind of thing. So there's that. I know oils take months, years to dry fully. Oh, well, so Chris, the oils, basically, if you use them right out of the tube, they do take a few days, and some of them might even take like a week. But what we're doing here, we're not working on oils out of the tube. We are thinning them down. Basically, this like is the consistency of very thick, like peanut butter almost. If you've ever seen oils, I'm mixing them with an odorless thinner, like a high quality oil thinner, and we're putting them in these jars. And basically what we're doing is we're thinning them down until they get to the consistency of about your acrylic paint. So that makes them not harder, easier to work with, and it also makes them dry a little bit faster. And I know, you know, depending on the brand, some brands of oils are a lot more oily, and they take forever to dry. Some brands are a little quicker. So my oils, usually in 2 to 3 days they'll be dry. If I have a lot of white, the titanium white actually takes forever. And I remember I did this guy for a contest, this little Krampus here, and I put a ton of white on his face there. And I remember I kept like kind of like touching him a little bit, and the white would take quite a while to dry. But if you get that thing down with the thinner, and you don't like load the miniature with so many oils, a couple of days, and they should be okay. And I think if you play around enough with you know, the thinners and all that, there might even be some things you can put in them to dry faster. I have seen some people that were able to get their miniature dry like the day after, like after 12 hours it would be dry. I'm not, I haven't done too much research on that front, because at least right now, I don't really have that need for the miniature to dry that quickly. So I am actually very happy for it to stay wet as much as it does, because that makes it really easy to work on. We are working on this one, and this is from yesterday. Like we started it yesterday. We got it to basically what it is right now, and we're doing some last like retouches tonight, but we're still working over somewhat dry or wet paint here. And the cool thing is that it did settle a little bit, like I was showing before. Let me get a clean finger. If I do this, you can see there's a bit of black on there still, and this has like very little paint on. If I was to touch this, like it does have a red still on it. So, but it is a little bit more like firm because it sat for about 12 hours. So the color tends to blend maybe a little better than yesterday. Like yesterday, if we weren't careful, we might have like stripped some of the paint, or if you overblend them when everything becomes kind of like gray. So yeah, that's kind of the thing with oils. I guess if you're the kind of person that has a miniature and you need to paint it, and the day after it needs to be dry, I think you could still use oils. You would just have to maybe do a few tests and find first the quickest drying brand that is available to you, and then kind of like play around with thinners and see what they can do for you for your drying time. But I mean, it would be a one-time research thing and then you're good, and it is definitely worth the effort, because again, like, look at this blending. How long would this have taken to do in acrylics? I don't know. For me, it would probably have taken like 20 hours just to go. I went from pure black up to this like red. And the other thing is the colors are very, very bright and strong. The pigments are very, very powerful. So yeah, it's I have been liking them quite a lot, I have to say. I wasn't sure in the beginning. There was definitely a little bit of a learning curve, like everything, but I guess I didn't feel like the paint was fighting with me, right? You know, when you're painting a miniature, what you want is for the paint to blend, right? And I always feel like the acrylics are fighting with me on that. They're like, no, we don't blend, we're acrylics. But oils are like, don't even worry. We're already blending. You don't even have to think about how to. We got you. We did it. No problem. I just anything you want to know, I'll be happy to explain as much as I can. They're pretty versatile too. They actually make for, you wouldn't think as thick as they are, but they made for great washes. If you take your thinner and you thin them down to a wash like consistency of water, you put them in, not only the pigment is strong where you get like a really nice wash, but let me see if I remember what the word is called. They have really good capillary action. So literally, like, I wish maybe I can show you on one of those miniatures there that I have. You plop it down and it goes everywhere, like it gets sucked into the recesses. What the hell, let me show you. I have a few pieces here of just random experiments that we were doing on some scratch miniatures. Like, get some of that black. let me show you, because that is quite the spectacle. Let me get a thin brush over here, like this one. So we got a whole bunch of thinner there. Let's take some of our black. So very reflective over there. Okay. So this is literally like water, very thin. It's like an acrylic wash, right? And of course, you always you play around with how much thinner you put in there. You go back and forth. You know, sometimes you put it down, it doesn't quite do what you want it to do, so you go back. But let's see how this does, right? Plop it in. We might actually need a bit more to actually show you. Like, I think it needs a bit more pigment in there, but down, like, see how quick it went in there? And it just keeps going in the recesses and keeps traveling. And sometimes I think it also depends on like the kind of color that you use. But there have been times where, like, for example, I'll plop the color here, and then like it starts going like all the way down here, just one drop. So it's pretty cool. And the other cool thing is that it's not water-based, so you don't even get like those brush strokes that you get with acrylics. Oils for life. Oh, are we gonna gain a new follower tonight of oils? Oh no, that's pun expected, man. That hello pun expected, and welcome in. The chat gives some people the same color, and it really tricks me. So sorry about that, and welcome in. And yes, oils for life. So yeah, there you have it, Chris. You got some other voices to tell you what I was trying to demonstrate. That pinline washes with oils are really, really sweet. I don't think there's much you can't do with oils. It's like, well, they make for amazing washes. It is really easy to blend with them. OSL, they are really, really strong, so they got you covered. Actually, light colors, and pun expected, can probably back me up with that too. Light colors like white and yellow are actually so much more covering than the darker colors. It's kind of like the opposite of acrylics, which is one of the things that you kind of have to get used to when you start. But basically what happens is usually the darker colors in oils are the more translucent, transparent, and the colors like the white are gonna be super opaque. So you're gonna see stuff like, I can make a white wash and put it into the recesses, and you'll see this like bright white that you can use to like as a light source or stuff like that. It is quite impressive, especially if you use stuff like the cadmium yellows too, or those very like cool strong pigments, then you get some pretty crazy stuff there. So yeah, it has definitely been a really cool adventure for me to learn about oils. Hey, so pun expected, how are you doing? Is it late over there? Are you like Avocado Kids that wasn't able to sleep before? We are experimenting with a little bit of monochrome OSL today and yesterday. So we are participating to a thing where I can only use red and white and black. And this is kind of what I came up with, a very very dark mini with a red object source lighting. It's so cool that no matter what time it is of the day, start talking about oils and we get other oil painters in, chiming in with the praise for the oils. It is really fun. Doing okay, getting coffee. Oh yeah. Are you gonna do some painting anytime soon? Are you gonna join us in? Need to finish that. Ooh, yes. That sounds really good. I believe I should have seen that if you put it on the Instagrams. Ooh, there you go. Actually haven't been like too much on it in the past day or two, but oh, I found something that I wanna blend in the inner side of that eye. Unexpected, have you tried, where is it, makeup brushes with the oils? They have been working really good for me because they're like filbert brushes, but they're very strong and thick. So if you haven't, I do recommend. I got mine from like a dollar store. Oh, there we go. So today we are finishing this guy. He is getting finished, so then I can take some picture of him to post before the end of the month for the Monochrome challenge that I am participating to. Use them sometimes. Deerfoot brushes. I have to look up what that thing is. Deerfoot brushes. Gonna have to look that up. You know, that's why you always try conversations on the stream, because sometimes people watching you maybe learn something, but a lot of the times it'll be you that learn from all the people that come in with their stuff, with their things that they know and maybe you don't. So it is really cool and interesting. Maybe I have seen them, but I'm not sure what you are meaning with that. So that, looking forward to see what that is. I'm not too good on brush lingo. I know like filbert brush and like Cotman brush. That's about it. And sable. Because I mean, really, you don't have to go that expensive with brushes for oils, because they work pretty well with cheap stuff. The one that I'm using at the moment is actually one of the most expensive ones that I own, and it was, oh, this was $280. Wow, that was cheap. No, the most expensive one I got the other day was like 400 yen, so like $4. Circle-ended brushes with the end cut about. Ooh, I have a. This one's a little messed up, but maybe this one, sorta, kinda. It's got like, it's circle and it's got a kind of like diagonal sort of thing going on. Maybe that's that. I'm using that as a blending brush actually, mostly. So just adding some more red here, and of course one of the main heroes of this painting session is going to be our cadmium red, because it is a very strongly pigmented color, and we've done a few tests, but that seems to be the coolest one. I am mixing with a bit of our crimson to make it a little darker. Yeah, great for blending. Like I'm using it right now. It's you can use just the tip, you can use the flat part. It is pretty good. I think this was, yeah, this was another one of these, same line as the ones from before. It's a Japanese line that I have found that they hold pretty well. They can tolerate being mistreated quite a bunch, and that's kind of what we want for oils. So I currently have a whole bunch of those. There you go. We might go back to the back area here when we're just putting in some gray backlight, like for this side a little bit, to just make it a little bit more interesting. And not one of the heroes. Aw. Lunar blender brushes are also good blending brushes. Stiff and flat. Ooh. Are these like this one? Trying to get some visuals in there. Or is it like it's flat, kind of round a bit, and a little bit thicker than your average like filbert? I'm not sure. Maybe they're a bit more rounder. Wow. I can English. Excuse me as I get some water in the dry throat, because for anybody who doesn't know, Japanese winters are quite dry, so we are trying to keep the throat in check every once in a while. We've been doing like the first streams that we were doing, I wasn't used to talking all that much, so I had to make like tea with honey to just keep the throat kind of in check. It was fun. I think lately it has been a little better, but I suspect that today was a bit drier again, because I do feel that in the throat. So hopefully we can stream fine today. So let's get some of that blended. I actually find that this one is one of my favorite blending brushes too. It's just kind of like a pointy one, but it's very like soft. And this one too. These are the more for the softer kind of blending. When I need to move paint around, then I'll use that Deerfoot one. I have to remember that because that's kind of a cute name. And there you go. So I like doing this thing when I stipple on some color, and then I just stipple with the blending brush, and it'll leave a little bit of that color on and blend it at the same time. So actually, pun expected, how long have you been painting with the oils? How long ago did you start your oily adventure? I remember I saw you in chat a lot of like James's stream when I was trying to figure out how oils worked. I think I see you there a lot. I've got you on Instagram. There you go. All right. Okay, so we put a little bit more light on this tentacle over there, because it's kind of like, I'm thinking, look, from a photography perspective, if he's gotta be having like a light of source about like over here maybe, so it goes like this. So if this is all white like that, and these tentacles are closer to the source of light, then that means that they gotta be a little bit more bright. So I'm actually gonna try to put a bit of a highlight on their like tip. So this is the first time I do like an off-camera source of lighting. It's been fun. I think I started last July and stopped using acrylics after my second project. Yep, that sounds pretty familiar. I can relate with that. Did you have any like major things in the beginning when you were like, I'm not sure, or this is like a little hard to understand? I might have had a little bit in the beginning. Like my big thing was I was using Vallejo primer, so I wasn't getting that grip I think I can call it, that the, you know, the Steinel res or the primer or the one-shot primer has. So I was trying to paint and my paint was getting stripped a little bit more easily, and my minis too were looking a little bit more shiny than what I expected. So I had a few of those moments in the beginning where I wasn't sure, and then one time I talked to James and we kind of like figured it out together. And he's like I was like, does the primer maybe like matter? And he's like, yes, it does matter quite a lot. And he's like, what primer are you using? And I'm like, Vallejo. And he's like, that's no good. So that's kind of when I was like 100% okay, oils are good. Learning to paint thin. Ooh, yeah, that's another big one. Took forever for things to dry. Yep, that's true. Also had to learn to make sure to dry the thinner out of my brush to prevent pulling paint off the model. Ooh, yeah. Like if you're using a brush that has had thinner in and you want to go thick, that's definitely, it does take a while to get a way to kind of like unlearn the acrylics, I guess you can say, because they are very different kinds of paints. You're trying to get the same results, but paint is different. It works differently. You need to do different things with it. So, and yeah, remember the paint thin bit. I think I'm the only person who doesn't have a problem with Vallejo, huh? That might well be. Maybe it could be. I mean, that's really interesting. Well, the other things I can think is like, what kind of miniature do you paint? What's the material? But that doesn't sound like it. The other one would be, what's the brand of the oils you're using? Maybe you're using a brand that only you are using and it's fine with Vallejo. I mean, I have painted a whole bunch of miniatures with Vallejo before changing over, and you, like, I was able to paint. Like, I painted stuff, was a whole bunch of stuff. I painted this guy. Basically, actually, you know what? All of my stuff, my oil stuff that's on Instagram, like this guy, he looks fine. All of my stuff that's on my Instagram until and excluding the lizard, which is the last one, those were all primed with Vallejo. But I did find that sometimes I don't know, does the paint stick to the miniature for you when you're doing the pre-glaze? Because for me it did. Like, I remember that if I looked at the Wapol streams and I looked at how much his paint stained the miniature, and then I looked at how much mine did, mine really didn't. So I don't know, maybe you just have the perfect conditions for it to work for you, which is great, because I would have loved for the Vallejo to work for me, so I wouldn't have had to buy anything else. But I don't know, sadly it was not the best. It was workable, but when I try the other primer, I'm like, oh my god, yes, this one is so much better for me. So what color did you have problem with? Uh-huh. Oh, it could be the Vallejo color. Windsor Newton, but we have a few Utrecht and Gamblin oils. I have this one. No, where is it? This one. So basically what I did, I have the white and I used to mix it with just a tiny bit of the brown, a brown color from the Vallejo Air. And so maybe they have different kinds. Panzer. Is it the Panzer, the one from... Is there a line? Because I have a few of these colors, the ones that... like the flesh base and stuff that are from like a specific line. Is there a primer for this line? Hold on. Maybe we were talking about different primers. I always thought that there was only one kind of a Vallejo primer. That might explain why right there. That might explain why. I don't think I've ever used the gray one. I don't think I've ever used the gray one. And Hero Dragon, when I was painting in acrylics, Vallejo worked great for me, and that's what is intended to work with. So we are not faulting them, at least I'm not whatsoever, because that's, you know, they're not supposed to be working with oils. It's just what we are trying to do with them. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Chris, and thank you for the raid. And I hope to see you again, maybe in your stream next time. I'll come and invade it a little bit. So you have a great day there, and see you soon. So do you have a... yeah, you do have to shake the heck out of it. It is true, which I do, always. I do my little exercise there every time. And Vallejo Mecha, I never know if you say Mecha or Mecha. I think it's Mecha primer. It could be. So maybe this one is the one that like James and I are talking about, and the other one is okay. Who knows? I don't know. I know that for the I only use one of the... I've only ever used that primer for Vallejo, but I know that their colors, their paints, they have a whole bunch of different ones, and they all have different properties, so it might very well be that there might be one version of Vallejo that actually is okay to paint with oils. That is very interesting. Well, unexpected, if you let me know which one you are using, I might get me a bottle of that, because that's actually, I can get it from here, from Japan, where the one-shot primer I have to order from Europe. And maybe I'll do another test. I don't know if you were here for that, but we did a little bit of an experiment with my Vallejo and the one-shot primer, to see kind of what was the difference in doing a pre-glaze. So I might do that again with that other Vallejo to see how that looks. Maybe on a day that you're there too, so maybe you can let us know what you do. And oh, cool. Oh, okay. I want to look at that. I have a shop that actually stores Vallejo. There's only one shop that can resell Vallejo in Japan, I believe, and that's the one store that I go to. Interesting. That's where you do like when there are like new discoveries like that, like you kind of want to like go run to James and let him know about about these things. Yeah, we'll do, maybe I'll get a bottle of that and we'll do some experiment with that, because I was having a lot of fun doing all kinds of experiments. We were doing staining experiments the other day with this like some pieces of broken miniatures. We were seeing what colors stain, and I would have never thought that yellow ochre stains that much. And here's your Terra Rosa, your cadmium red. This was the purple, the dioxazine purple. It's like, okay, that's no surprise. The indigo is ridiculous. Like, I had never tried using the colors on their own, so the indigo by itself stains so much. Look at this thing. It's pretty ridiculous. If you can send makeup primer to the US, that'd be nice. More common in Japan. It seems a little Japanese writing on it. Huh. Yeah, Hero Dragon, actually, when I go to the shop that has the Vallejo stuff, they have a whole like section of just the mecha thing. And yeah, definitely. I thought, you know, maybe it's something made just for Japan. I'm not sure, because I thought it was like a Spanish brand, because they're Spanish on the label. So mysteries, and done about 30 minutes, and I'll prime with that primer. That is very interesting. You know what? We will just maybe I'll give it a try next time I go into town to stock up on things. Maybe we'll get some of that, and we will do further experiments. Okay, so now what we are gonna do, I'm gonna turn him over and do a bit more of these gray things over here. But before that, we are going to put a little bit more, like reinforce the white highlights inside the eyes. I had a very tiny, there it is. Oh, don't you love it when the brushes are still like good looking like that? Right after you bought them, you can still see the color of the hairs, and you know that its days are counted, but numbered, I mean. That's a funny one. In English you say that someone's days are numbered, but in Italian the days are counted. So those are those things that if you hear someone say that, you know where they're from. Yeah, the chat is good. So yeah, you see, it's always cool to kind of like talk to each other and give each other feedback. Man, if there was a version of the Vallejo primer that I can actually use, that would be really good news for me, because that would mean that as much as I love the Megamo brand, I don't have to order stuff from Europe and, you know, actually wait for the stuff to ship and to arrive here, which to their credit, it was pretty quick, but and their stuff is pretty cheap, but you know, at the same time it is cheaper for me to just go to the store here and buy stuff here, and I can potentially, if I run out, I can go and on the same day I can get it. So okay, so we're gonna see how that looks. I hope I hope it doesn't look too much like big, like anime style kind of highlights there. I might go back on that and look at it again, but I think it might be nice. So let's get to the back of this, and let's grab another tiny one. Yeah, maybe this one. Let's take a look at that. There we go. And let's see which, yes. So we're gonna add a little bit more of these like backlights. Molisco, welcome in. How are you doing? We are painting this guy over here. If you haven't seen it yet, you came in just as I was turning him over to do some backlight. Thank you. Thank you. And we are trying to give it a little bit of backlighting here, and we're using gray, which is a little bit unusual. Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, and thank you for that follow. I'm making Gauron really happy today. So if you weren't here in yesterday's stream, we are painting in monochrome for this this challenge that I decided to participate in. So I was assigned the color red, And this is what you see on the palette here. We have 4 different kinds of red, which is about all the colors that I had in red. And we have white and black that can go with it. So we decided to do a nice low-key red off-camera object source lighting. And at the moment, we are giving it a little bit of that backlighting there. And since we can only use red and white and black, for a little bit of contrast, we are going to use this gray. So, oh, and also we're painting with oil paints. So let us know if you paint as well, if you are working on anything, and any of that sweet stuff. As we add some of these colors there, trying to stay on camera. You guys let me know if this is too dark. I have been darkening it today, the camera, because I found where you do that. Because I think the previous streams were a little bit too bright, where at least it looked to me that the camera got a little bit too like, kind of like burnt out on the highlights. Oh, thank you. Oh, don't worry about that. You are in good company, because I'm not a native English speaker as well either. There you go. So, no, you are just very welcome to have come into the stream. There you go. So, I'm actually trying maybe. Let me see. Maybe to use a slightly bigger brush here that I haven't used yet, and just go over it with just straight white to just get a bit more of those highlights. And then we can go over it and do a bit of blending with our blending brush. If I actually turn it this way, you might actually be able to see what I'm doing. So I'm using pretty dry paint, can I say? Hey, Smooth Ride 88, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the House of Gowron and into the Brush Brigands. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope everybody is doing great. As we continue, oh, let me turn and oh hi, did someone follow? Did someone follow? Do you have a juicy brain? Do you? So I've noticed a pattern here. I've been getting like a few, every time I turn this guy around like this, I get I've been getting follows and donations and stuff. So maybe it's the mystery that is drawing people here. Good, but I gotta go. Okay, I'll see you soon then. See you next time. There you go. It's like follow and run. That's a new thing. There you go. So I'm kind of like slowly building up some of these whites, and literally I am grabbing straight white and I'm putting it on the brush, and you can't see it on camera, but maybe I can actually put it a little bit there so you can see without being blinded by the white of the towel. So we are actually wiping it off on the towel quite a bit. Eventually I would like to include the towel into the camera, because I think, you know, when I started painting with acrylics, it was or with oils, it was kind of hard to understand like how much paints you're supposed to have on your brush, and there are not a lot of streams that show you the brush cleaning part or the brush wiping part. So I think we're gonna try to add this into the camera as well, because I think it's gonna be interesting to see what we are doing with our brush. And yes, so I might look for one of those towels that are actually like brown, or not pure white, so I don't freaking blind you every time I take it out. So let's go ahead and blend this. There we go. Keep blending. So I don't know how many of you guys that are in here right now were here yesterday, but we actually caught an earthquake on the stream yesterday. It was quite fun. I think we were painting some of the like very tiny details on the face, and house started shaking, and I'm pretty sure you could see the camera shaking as well. That was pretty funny. But since we're in Japan, I was just like, oh, it's earthquake. Just don't mind me for a second. It's like, if I get off my chair and you don't see me for a while, it means that it was an actual big one, but that rarely happens. So there we go. Oh, there was a little bit of red on this blending brush. I did not want that, but doesn't matter. We're just gonna put more white on it. So I thought it was a little bit of a waste to have all this detail in the back here without any light. Because my first idea was, well, we're just gonna have him, kind of like coming out of the darkness with this really cool, like just only one light source on the front, which it was a good idea, but it was a little lonely back here just with the black primer. So I just decided, you know what, I thought about it all night, barely slept. Like, what am I gonna do with that mind flayer? And I ended up being like, okay, let's put some gray on this side, and if we do it right, like when you look at him from over here, it's going to look like he's got a little bit of the, almost like what do you call it, like a backlight coming in, or at least like an edge lighting here. I think that's what we can start doing. See, like in his ear there, you can see like that, kind of like when you're standing in front of the sun and you're like silhouetted, and you can see this like edge highlight around your silhouette. That is kind of what we're going for, or at least what we are attempting. There you go. And there are a few of these holes, gills, I'm not sure what these are, on his head, but we're going to pick a little bit of a highlight on top of these two. So this has been a lot of fun. It's been a blast to paint, and we started him yesterday that he was completely black. He didn't have any paint on him, just primer. We built up some colors, and it was an experiment. We were not sure if it was gonna work. I was like, well, I have been painting over like a bright primer with oils, but I've never tried to build up colors from like a black primer. So we tried that, and it actually kind of worked. Unexpected needs to get a little phone tripod. Ooh. Yeah, exactly. That is, that sounds really good. It's, I mean, this is my what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I have done 10 streams yet. And it's been pretty easy to set up. The camera that I'm using right now is an old phone. And I actually, I work with photography, so I had a tripod laying around. And actually what I did, I have a tripod and then I attached a selfie stick to the tripod to have that horizontal thing. And then I put the phone on the selfie stick. So actually, if you can get yourself a selfie stick and then just, you know, put like a chair or something on top of your table and attach the selfie stick to that, that actually might do it. You might not even need a tripod. But that said, I think you can get one of those small phone tripods for pretty cheap. So that shouldn't really be a problem for you to get. Well, if you do, I will for sure be one of your viewers, because I always like checking out what other people are doing with oils. You know, since I joined the community, it's been great. And the more people that join, the more techniques will be discovered, because, you know, everybody will adapt the techniques to what they need. So we can do a lot more of oil talk, and be kind of looking at how to set up the overlays and whatnot. Yep, no, it is super easy. If you get yourself Streamlabs, you can do it from there, and it's like it does itself, literally. Like, Streamlabs gets you the chat box, and if you don't want anything else in there, that like you're good to go. It is that easy. Just doing it to help spread the love of oils. Sure. Well, Twitch is very flexible with that kind of stuff. It's you can go from just chatting to going for partner and all that. It is really good. There you go. We'll get a little bit more white over here. I think I started with I had the idea of streaming actually before I discovered oils, and I was gonna start a stream with acrylics like months ago. And my big thing was like, I want to do like these themed streams where every time we cover a different kind of technique, like one is gonna be focusing on, I don't know, non-metal metal, and then object source lighting and stuff like that. And hopefully, you know, I'm gonna learn some stuff, people are gonna learn some stuff, just kind of like you were saying, like sharing the technique and all that. But then one day my world got rocked, by discovering the oils, and I'm like, what is this thing? I gotta get on this train. So I learned oils to a point where I was, you know, confident being on camera, and I'm like, well, I'm still gonna do the thing that I wanted to do, but I'm just gonna use oils instead. There you go. So yeah, Unexpected, I hope you can get to streaming soon. That sounds good. I would totally come and take advantage of your knowledge of oils to better my own painting. That sounds great. Do you have like a time frame in mind, or is it just gonna be, you know, when you feel like it? Go. as we just keep picking. I've been doing this like stippling thing. It's been kind of liking it, how it's going with that. Just like, what would you call it? Cautiously adding color to it. There you go. A bit more white. Okay. It's almost a dry brush. Okay. There you go, there you go. And I think when we got a satisfying level of this gray, maybe we can put in a few highlights, and then, I mean, we're almost good to go here. It is looking pretty good already, and I do not want to put too much light back here because I want it to be a very dark, again, this is like a low-key lighting miniature, which means a very small light source and mostly darkness, which I think we have achieved. So there you go. So let me see what edges I can pick maybe in the white, which is it's interesting to work with like straight white and straight black with this particular project, because I don't really do it much usually. You know, you use the white to brighten up stuff, or not really brighten up, more like lighten up, because actually white paint tends to dull down a color, make it actually a little colder. So we got that. This would actually get some white up here. There you go, a little bit here, some over here. Just trying to figure out, because I didn't take a picture like I did for the front of this part of the miniature with a light source on it. We did this for the front. There you go. So I think the light would go there, and then we would have a bit more over here. And we have to remember that the brush is always picking up our color, so you can go back in, get a few a little bit more on the brush, and go back in on our miniature. And let me see, so I would put some over here. These spikes here are a little bit in the way. Let me see what I can do for that. Okay, maybe like that. How would that be? We can always darken it down if we don't like it. That is one of the beauties of oils. It would have some over here, some more. There you go. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Just a bit of that silhouette kind of lighting. I think that would look interesting. All right. Sadly, the drink fairy didn't come in today. It's very sad. We did have, she did stop by yesterday, brought us the last drops of the Kahlua bottle. It was salty caramel Kahlua as well. That was very tasty. So maybe next week's stream we're gonna be able to have ourselves a a few more drinks while we enjoy our miniature painting. I do like, I go back and forth. Sometimes I get cozy and I get like, I will brew a big mug of tea. Sometimes I just like having a nice beer with my paints. Today I actually did a whole bunch of stuff during the day. It's night now, and it was after dinner, and tomorrow we're having people come over and we're gonna do our game. So that's gonna be drink fairy quite a bit. So I thought, well, you know what? I just want to get on stream tonight. Just give me some water for the throat to keep hydrated, and I'll be fine. Sometimes, like, you know, I just want to get on stream. I just want to get painting. You always have that risk. You're like, there are so many things to do. Twitch has so many things they would like you to set up, subscriptions and stuff and this and that, but I try to keep that secondary. Hey, thanks for that update. You built the plain Eevee and now I'm painting the shiny one. Oh, that's exciting. I hope it comes out great. Make sure to share a picture when you're done. I can't move the Eevee unless I want. Oh no. No, leave it where it is. Don't touch him. Can't move the Eevee. I guess because you have to touch him? Maybe. So you have to wait. We were talking on stream the other day for like some people were using hair like blow dryer for to get the miniature to dry. I haven't tried it myself, I think, but I think it should work. I don't see why not. Maybe you could try some of that to get it to dry faster. Or, I mean, you know, if you have the time, it's usually always better to you know, give it the time and just dry naturally, but no, the Bandai kit is technically movable pieces, but it's tricky. Tricky. As we've done a lot of stippling tonight on our miniature. We're going to use again the blending brush later to blend in these stipples, but what that's going to do is going to give us a nice texture. So you must have heard the train passing right now, because it's for some reason this one was really loud. It's not always that loud. Maybe because some of our computers here are off, so it can hear more, maybe. And it even shakes the house a bit when it passes, which is fun. Yes. Let me see. Let me get a little bit more of my water. Oh, we actually have a few people that are hosting. That's really nice. It's so dry. It's so dry. I can feel the dryness in every part of my body. It's so dry in Japan in winter. But that's good. If I could like harvest some of this dryness and keep it for when summer comes and we get the Japanese summer is very wet. So, you know, you kind of get a bit of everything. We get a bit of everything, but it's like something stupid like 95% humidity in summer, and then in winter it's so dry that you feel your eyeballs dry. Like it is pretty ridiculous. So, okay. I put a little bit more light in there, and I think we like that. And I might even, you know what? Let me actually, I think I have seen a spot that needs a little bit of that edge highlight to cross over to the front so you can actually see it from the back. Oh yes, oh yes. And I think we might need a little bit of that edge highlight over here. Yes. Like our friend Gauron would say, yes. Glory to you and your house. Man, I love Gauron. Isn't there like a one of the tabletop games that's actually like a Star Trek one? I've never tried it. Maybe I should. Okay. Going on. How is this one doing over here? We can actually blend it a little bit. Sometimes even the brush you're using to paint can be your blending brush. Kendall Gowron is your wife's favorite as well. I mean, those eyes. How can it not? I mean, I have, to be honest, like I love Gowron because of the eyes, but there are a few other characters that character-wise I do like a lot more. Like Ducat is one of the best villains. And I do have a very, very, very soft spot for Quark. Oh man, those eyes, that actor, I don't even remember his name, but the Gowron eyes are something to behold. Anyway, so we're still blending here. Still blending. So have you started working on your doggo? I am guessing you have. Really looking forward to see where you take him. Where are you from originally? Oh, country? I'm Italian. I am from Italy. Ooh, nice. Very nice. I'll be happy that someone else is joining in. Get some more oily goodness out on the table. Or your palette is probably gonna look a lot more full than mine. Mine is usually pretty full too, but not today, not today. As the dragon says, something is boiling. Something is processing in the brain. Let's see. Get that. As we just get a bit more of these edge highlights. Get a bit more on the maybe ear. I think we have said that that's an ear, but not sure. Not sure. Isn't it so nice when you have finally finished your chores for the day and you get to sit down and the miniature's in front of you and you're like, yes, it is only you and I now for the next, hopefully, many, many hours. And then the drink fairy hears that and she's like coming in, brings you a nice drink, then you start painting and before you know it, it's 4 in the morning. and you started painting in the early afternoon of 2 days before. Isn't that amazing what what painting does? It has happened to me a few times where I started painting, maybe, you know, after dinner, it's like 8, 9, and I paint for what I think is like maybe an hour or two, and then I look at the clock and it's like 3. And it's like, oh no, not again. I gotta work tomorrow. Oh well. Guess I'm doing some coffee again. Or maybe it's just me. I don't know, I feel like when it's night, it is like that. You from Manchester? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like up until like 7, 8 p.m., time goes normally. Like after that time, like when the clock hits like 9, 5 minutes after that is it's like midnight. There you go. Oh, thank you, Kendon. That is I'm very glad to hear that. Yeah, I know I have an accent. It's really weird. It came out more during the years. If you had heard me maybe like 5, 6 years ago, I had less accent. I don't know why. And but thank you, and I'm really trying not to have that, you know, super strong Italian accent at least. But I do hear myself, and I know I have I'm not 100% on the pronunciation, especially when I kind of like you know, I don't really think about what I'm saying, so I feel the pronunciation getting loose every once in a while, and then I try to get it back, but and you know, there's a lot of, sometimes I can't think of words. That one is a new thing actually. I think living in Japan, speaking English, Japanese, and Italian, juggling the 3 languages, I tend to forget, not forget, but like a lot of the words that I'm looking for, they always come in a different language. So, but thank you. And that makes me feel better about the stream. I thought, you know, maybe people would get bored of listening to me trying to figure out what word I'm trying to say, but hopefully it's not too bad. You do have some fun stuff going on when you don't remember what word to say. Like I always try to explain the word that I'm looking for. So, you know, I think the other day I was talking about circles, and I forgot the word for circles, so I just said, well, you know, not squares. So sometimes the descriptions tend to get a little funny. It is, some of them I said them once and I still use them to this day. In our house, the potato peeler, since that one time that I didn't remember the word and I said something else, it is now the carrot destroyer, because that's what I called it that one time, and I destroyed a few people, and now that's just what we call it. It's the carrot destroyer. Silly stuff. But okay. So I think it's looking pretty good back here. I don't think I would do like too much more of a highlight. I think maybe later I'm gonna take a look at him a little bit closer. When off the stream I can actually move the light around a bit and like put it like stupidly close to my eyes. So I pretty much come across as a native speaker. Oh, thank you. I am really glad. But yeah, I think the back here we might be almost done, so I can turn him around again and you guys can get the nice view of this beautiful face of beauty. Oh, sorry about that. That was not a nice noise. You know, Kendall, what's funny? The mistakes that a non-native will make in a language and a native will make are different, including the spelling mistakes. Like, for example, there are a few English native spelling mistakes that I don't know why, but like I would never do. But then there are mistakes that I make in English spelling that I don't think a native would ever make. Like, for example, a lot of people confuse the U apostrophe RE with UOYOUR, the then, the one with the E and the one with the A. I don't know. I suspect it's because we, the non-natives, we studied it maybe in school. We learned it consciously, where natives maybe learn it subconsciously. So I think it's kind of like I have the same kind of mistakes that I do in Italian when I try to write, because I kind of like, you know, I just feel the word. I don't know why I'm using it, where someone that maybe learned Italian in school, they actually learned why you use one word over another. So that kind of stuff is so interesting for me. I think I should have studied linguistics, but I didn't. Anyway, we talk about a little bit of everything in this stream, including languages and language learning. Yeah, there, and there. Yep. Exactly that. Hey, Hooty Hoot, I love that name. How are you doing? We are doing pretty good. Some of us are painting. Not only me, I know that Candon is about to do some painting there too. We're painting this awesome fella here in with a monochrome object source lighting kind of thing, and you're doing not bad. I am very happy about that. I hope your day is going good, as I'm trying to find a brush that hasn't touched too much paint yet. Should be painting, but probably won't. Oh no. Is that like an artist block kind of thing, or do you have to do a commission that you're not too keen on? Oh, you know, not every day can be a super productive day. We get our yes days and our no days. But thanks for dropping in. Maybe we'll give you some inspiration to paint if you need it. Can't find the energy, oh no. If you were here, I would already be putting on the coffee in my mocha. Some nice black espresso. I'll pick you up. Oh. Do you have a thing that you're planning to paint, or not yet? Is it night over there? Is it sleepy time? Let me see, where is my tiny brush again? Maybe I need a brush holder, something that I can put somewhere and it stays there, and I don't need to always do this thing. There you go. Oh, Malefox cruise to paint. Well, that sounds cool. Well, I know that sometimes it doesn't really matter how cool the stuff that you want to paint is. Sometimes maybe you just don't have the energy for it. 10:28 in the morning. Oh, cool. It's 12:28 at night here. So yeah, I guess it is coffee time. I guess the thing that sucks is when you've already done a coffee, but it didn't help. Definitely been there. Well, you know, if you can't get it to it today, maybe tomorrow you'll just get a bunch of inspiration and just like work like double the energy. Sometimes like it is good to kind of like, you know, make yourself do things. I have noticed it with freelance working, and it's actually funny. It's actually the opposite of working, but being freelance, you kind of have to make yourself take time off. Like I have literally had to put like rest in the calendar because otherwise I wouldn't have done it. It's funny. Yeah, I'm not joking. Like day off today. Don't cheat. Don't work. Well. Maybe it could be the project too. I know that sometimes I haven't been really motivated to paint something because it was maybe not necessarily the thing that I wanted to paint, or it was like maybe it was getting old, I needed something different. So we are actually doing something different and something that is a first for me. A lot of skin, yeah. Yeah, it can be a little tiring sometimes, a little bit of the same. You know, now that you make me think about it, I haven't painted pink skin in a whole bunch of time. We painted 2 Onis some time ago, or actually before this guy. We painted her. We did red skin. We did blue skin. And then before those, we painted where is he? We painted this guy. Thank you. This is the first stream that we painted this big boy, lizard boy. And yeah. So I haven't been painting human skin in a whole bunch of time. Maybe that's what we'll do after him. Thank you, Hootie Hood. Thank you. You know, maybe after this one, I could do. Well, thank you for that follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe after this one, I'll do some skin, or I mean, someone that has skin tone. That could be a good thing. I actually have a few like humanoid figures that are kind of waiting to get painted. I was unsure whether I wanted to do them yet because this camera is not super great, and I don't know if you'd be able to see the smaller miniatures much, but I thought, why don't we just try and see how that goes. What bust am I working on? It is a Illithid or Mind Flayer, and that's actually my first bust. I have never worked on a bust before, and it is by Artisan Guild. It is a 3D printed model, and it is gorgeous looking. I absolutely love this model. It's I think it's looking pretty good, and we're giving it a nice dark, gritty dark look, mysterious maybe, hopefully. So yeah, this has been a blast to paint. It didn't have any paint on yesterday. Thank you. Or I mean, thank you, not thank you. The detail does look sharp. Yeah, it's a very great sculpt, and it has been printed very nicely, I have to say. So yeah, there was no paint on this miniature yesterday. We started painting it on stream, and we did, like, most of the red that you see here, we just did yesterday. It was also a nice nice experiment we did. I had never tried painting oils over a black primer, so we tried that, and it worked pretty well. We were pretty happy with that, with how it turned out. And right now we're really just giving it a few last strokes here and there, highlights, might retouch the eyes a bit, I'm not sure. And yeah, we went with the monochrome color because I thought it would be fun to join this little challenge. There was a monochrome challenge that I found on Instagram, and we were assigned the color red, so I thought about what I could do with that color, and I ended up being like, I found this particular bust, and I'm like, oh, he would look awesome with just a red light source in front of him. So that's what we've been doing, and that's where we're at. We added a little bit of this, it's hard to see, but there's a kind of like a little bit of a very, very slight backlight. Sorry about that. And we've been blending it a little bit. And here on the like very weird back of its head. There you go. And yeah. So it has been a lot of fun. We've been raided. We've had a few new people coming in, some more oil painters. And then yesterday, oh, you should have been here yesterday, we had an earthquake on stream. That was fun. That was definitely upping the the difficulty of painting there. Yeah, but don't worry, it's we're in Japan, so that's like a Thursday for us. It is quite normal. I thought it was pretty funny that it was caught on stream. I thought it was pretty funny. I was like, yeah, there you go, earthquake. And I turned to see if if you could see the camera actually shaking in the stream, and I think it was. I don't know if anybody in chat was here yesterday during the earthquake, but I'm pretty sure you could see it actually shaking, which that was pretty wild. So I'm actually putting a little bit of black back in there because I think I put too much light where it shouldn't have been. So actually using a makeup brush here and giving it just a little bit of that black paint, but not too much. There we go. It is looking pretty good. And okay, well, I think we are slowly starting to run out of details here to pick out. The only thing I'm not 100% sure would be the eyes. I'm not sure about these highlights on the eyes. I don't know how much you can see. They're like two little dots. They're like two little dots, and I'm not sure about what kind of highlights they should be. We have a little bit of a reference here. These 3 pictures I took myself before painting him. I was trying to understand, like, I got a few of these images, like he's got a little highlight like that. I think this one's got like 2 dots in his eyes, and so does this guy, and this guy kind of has 2 dots too, so I was trying to give him the 2 dots. And I think it looks okay, but I think I've been looking at it for too long. So, oh hey, have a good breakfast, Hootie Hoot. I hope you get some motivation, and if not, I hope you get some motivation another day. Thank you for stopping in. It was a pleasure to have you over. So, yeah, the eyes are like that. This is kind of what I'm dealing with for the eyes. I think, you know what I need? It's like the paint is a little bit wet. So it's a little bit hard to kind of tell what's going on here, but yeah, I think I'm gonna be good with that. I think I might be good. I think the only thing I'm gonna do is pick out, like, get the color to be a little bit brighter. So we are going to put just one more dot of white in there. If I could use other colors, I would put maybe something else, but I cannot, and that's kind of the challenge. You know what I'll do? I might leave them there for a day. Heresy Killer is in. Hey, good morning. Welcome back. It's nice to see you. We were just putting some highlights in these eyes, but I know who you want to see. You want to see your sweetheart. She's here. She's been missing you. Hey, hon. How you doing? I don't know if she talks like that, but she's been missing you. She's still here, but you gotta be careful of her brother, because if you don't treat her right... Hey, thank you for the bits, man. Thank you so much. I've been using the new thing here. Yes, I just it's been wild. I just did the thing today. I found out that I was eligible apparently, so I just had to like fill some tax forms or whatever, and they enabled a whole bunch of stuff on the channel. So I've been having a blast looking through, and I'm like, oh my god, I can make stuff now. I can make emotes and this and that. So I think a little bit at a time I'm gonna look into that. I think I had no idea, but I don't know if it's new, but apparently there's a thing where you can use your bits to play audio on the stream. So yeah, I'm gonna do that too probably. I can have some weird audio be recorded about, you know, miniature painting inside jokes. Yes, please. Why not? But how are you doing, Heresy Killer? I hope you are doing great on this fine morning for you. Well, I guess it's morning for me too, technically, because it is midnight 42 here. So you came in as we are doing a few little fixes here on this guy, but he's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good. I actually wasn't sure how much I was gonna do, like how much was left to do on him. I think I'm just missing the follower count and average view count. Oh, for your affiliate thing? Oh shit, we gotta... When do you stream? Do I follow you? Do I not follow you? Hold on here. Oh my god. Kendon? Wow. Hey, thank you for all that. That's great. And that is actually the first time that you are the first subber, sir. Thank you for that. Let me see. Where is... Hold on a second. Heresy Killer. I thought I followed you. It looks like I do. Do I not follow you? Hold on a second. Well, I follow you now. Well, we gotta get some raids going for you. We gotta get you up to those view counts there. Because that's kind of like I got a few raids and that really helped. Man, well, thank you guys so much. That is very much appreciated. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do the affiliate thing because I can't, but I didn't even know if, like, you know, people were gonna use that kind of stuff. I did make I tried putting in an emote for the sub thing. I don't know if you can use it yet. Can you try? Can you see if you have it? I think they have to approve it. I think that's what that is. Man, I should have had a drink today. Well, I have a cool tankard. That's kind of like similar to that tankard. That's over here. Hehe. But yeah, I just put in like my logo. And it went in, but I think they have to approve it for you. Anti-face is looking good. Missed the first stream. No. Yeah, I'm painting today, and it was actually a later stream for me. What do you guys think about the time, by the way? Because I have been streaming like in my afternoons, going into the night. But today I started streaming like after dinner, and right now it's really hard for me to have a fixed schedule, but gathering some data wouldn't be the worst thing, you know. So if at some point, like, I'm gonna try and at least start a schedule, so having a little bit of feedback from people like, hey, this time is good, this time is meh, it's gonna really help. Man, I'm so glad. You guys are awesome. Looks like it hasn't been approved. Yeah, I think I might get something when it does, because when I go on the thing, it doesn't appear. Like, it says I have submitted it, but I do not see it in there. But, well, I'm working on that kind of stuff. You will get your emotes pretty soon, because I think I want to make a whole bunch of silly ones. Like, I just used my logos one this time, but I want to make like a Brush Brigands one. I want to make something like something to do with the smoothness that people can post when something is like super smooth. We can do a raid one. Time is dependent. Yep, well, that is a very true heresy killer. But you know, you guys are starting to be somewhat regular on here, so I thought I'd ask just to get a few ideas. But no, you are a very true, or very right. It's tough to know what's good and what's not, and I guess whatever time you stream, someone's gonna be online. For our tiny community, I guess maybe if you stream at the same time as another big guy, you might be, you know, there is definitely a smaller community than like games, but smooth like me. Yeah, I know. So probably gonna get some drink fairy emote in there. Maybe something about the hidden skeleton curse. And I think we're just gonna keep adding them as we get more inside jokes in. But who doesn't love inside jokes? You know who it's kind of hard to make jokes with? Japanese people, they have a very different sense of humor, actually. Like, sarcasm kind of goes over their head. It's kind of funny. It's probably a good time on a weekend to cover all 3 times. Once people know, Asia evening, lunchtime Europe, and morning US. Yeah, at least it's not like nighttime for anybody, I guess. Like maybe this is better than earlier before, because like I am actually getting people that are waking up that maybe the stream time that I did, like, what was it, yesterday or the other streams, they were a bit more nighttime for other people. Very, very hard to tell, but I guess the best way is just do it at times that work for me, and then see what kind of people we get with that, isn't it? Well, I'm glad that you guys are good with the times. It has been good times so far already. Thick. Oh my god. Wait. I gotta write this shit down. We need a thick emote. Writing it down on the palette. Yep. Yeah, we can use it when we paint stuff like that guy. By the way, I love my pen. I love this pen. This was a gift, and I love this pen. I should use it more often. Are we fine on Twitch having a schedule? I know. I am aware of that, Candon. And I am dying to have a regular schedule. But when you're a freelancer and your work is basically like mostly working from home, but then a whole bunch of times I have stuff that I have to do outside, and those days are always changing. But I guess I could start, you know, just setting a couple of days a week, and maybe having the exception every once in a while is better than not having any regularity at all, perhaps. Because that's where it's tricky for me. Like I can say, you know, I'll stream on Saturday, and then a week from then it's like I have a client and they're like, okay, we need you to come over on Saturday, and I need to be like, okay. So that kind of sucks a bit, but yeah, but you know. The thing is too, like, if this the miniature painting thing has been going pretty well, and if the Twitch streaming becomes a more regular thing in my life, I can probably start giving it a bit more priority, and actually, you know, there could come a time when I can actually turn down other things in order to keep my streaming schedule, which that could be really, really cool. Like, so we will see, but I will try to get a schedule going, especially now that we're affiliate and we've got subscribers apparently. It will be really important to keep that frequency up and all of that, as we are adding some reds here on the ridges. Oh yeah, Harris Killer. I wrote Twitch today. I wrote Twitch today specifically asking about nude miniatures, if they're okay to paint. So I am awaiting on a response for that. Maybe we can get our Twitch After Dark or Twitch No Clothes Allowed special streams going on. We don't know yet, but I decided, I'm like, you know, I gotta be sure, I gotta check. I described what I do, and I said that some of the minis that I would like to paint in the future are partially or totally undressed, and I even sent some pictures because they allowed that, and be like, can I do this? Is that good? I don't know. I don't know. I suspect that might not be allowed. Which, if that's the case, it's going to be really funny because that would mean that you can have paint on naked human beings, but you cannot have paint on naked miniatures, which that would be pretty funny. Not safe for work setting. Yes, I think if you, well, the first time you came into my stream, it should have told you that it is an adult content stream. Yeah, right? Those body painting streams that keep popping up in every single person's stream or feed. Let's hope, because there are so many cool minis that are naked that I would love to paint them. Even the body painters have to cover nipples. Yeah, but those are actual nipples of people. So I do not know. You know what I'm suspecting, actually? Maybe the miniatures with breasts are gonna be fine, but I suspect they might not allow male parts. Which, to be sure, I did send them a picture of this guy. You can see his balls on the back, which it was a lot of fun to paint. So I'm like, let's see, because it's okay if it's a girl, but a guy is showing stuff is a big no-no usually. So even banned the showing of naked feet. Oh my god. Not then, that's all go to Plexstorm. Ooh, what's Plexstorm? Is that another thingy? And oh, Mark UK painting. Welcome in. The chat keeps doing this thing where it doesn't use enough colors, and you guys are all the same color, and I forget to look at the name. But welcome in. It's been a few streams. I remember I was calling you Mark Cook the first time, so I hope you are doing good. Yeah. I did not see Brush for Hire doing body painting. I have watched Brush for Hire before, but not body painting. Hey, Dave's Mini Art. How are you doing? Did he do body painting on himself? And that thing about the feet is really, really weird. Yes, please do link a pic of him. I would like to see that. Yeah, I follow him. It's the feet thing, I guess, because I guess you got like the foot fetish kind of thing. But come on. Did you hear that thing? That was my house making noises. I hope you didn't hear that. It was just cracking. You did the safe thing. It was googly eyes. Ooh, super glue. Ah, that does not sound too good. Let me see if I can open that. I usually, whoops, maybe. Ooh, that's nice. Are you serious that he cannot show his man nipples on a stream? Oh, what have we become? He looks beautiful, by the way. Man. So you're telling me that if there was a guy, for example, that can't use his arms, you know, one of those cool people that like learn to paint with their toes, with their feet, and a guy like that wanted to do a stream, Twitch would ban them? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's sad that because of the, you know, they gotta be good with the ad companies. They can't show a lot of that stuff, and it's kind of sad because it's like, come on, we're all adults here. We don't need We don't need all of this censorship. But we will see. Oh, hey, J Ninja Kitten. Thank you for that follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in. You might be right at home because we are streaming from Japan. Oh, there you go. And the stream was hilarious. I might have to go look at that VOD actually. Super glue. How? And the hair must have hurt so much. My God. A lot of controversy back in the day about streamers basically using Twitch. Yeah. I mean, I can kind of understand where that comes from because, of course, it's not much about the single things like the 1 foot thing, but it's like if you allow one thing, you have to allow all of them and then you can escalate. But again, we're talking miniature painting, so that's kind of where I'm hoping. But I don't know. Ooh, flesh tutorial sounds good. We were just talking before that I haven't been painting flesh in a while, and maybe I would like to do so pretty soon. But yeah, so I don't know. I was actually already like, I had given up because before streaming I had read the terms and conditions or whatever, and from that I had gathered that I could not paint nude miniatures on the stream because they said, you know, even if it's art, can't show nudity, sorry, blah blah. But then I think it was Zulamandi that she came on stream one day and she's like, no, you can paint them if your stream is set to adult. So that kind of reopened that whole can of worms there. And so I decided, all right, what the hell, let's just write them and see what they say. And I was thinking about doing something like maybe a special stream for where we paint specifically miniatures that have like some flesh going on. Doesn't have to be always a sexy one. I've seen some naked troll that look amazing. Cut the stream. Oh, that's good. You can catch him after this one. So yeah, I don't know. We will see what they say. But yeah, I thought maybe we could do something like, you know, since there's the donation button, maybe we could do like a donation reward thing or something like that, or a follow reward or whatever, where every once in a while when we reach a certain number of something, we do maybe a longer stream where we paint one of those more particular miniatures. Whoops, that could be fun. That it would be a lot of exercise in painting skin as well. So, which I love skin. I love painting skin tones of any kind. White Wolf has some great wolves and hyena busts. Animal nips allowed. Gotta bend them all. Yeah, we got those thing of the children pearls clutches. Honestly, we don't have much of a problem. Twitch just curate his content better. Yeah. Yep. I know. Yeah, it's that kind of like umbrella, you know, kind of thing where instead of just checking things a little bit more thoroughly, they just ban everything. And it's like, well, it would certainly be nice to have a little bit more liberty in speech. Definitely. You know, maybe it would be cool if we started doing like they used to do before all of these social media things were going on. Everybody had their own site and everybody streamed on their proprietary thing, or maybe they didn't stream, but like they had their videos or whatever on their own thing. So maybe we can go back to that. So we can stream what the hell we want. Let's see. Whoa, I like that. I really like that. That looks really cool. So yeah, this is actually the first bust that I paint, and it is looking pretty nice. For people that were watching yesterday, the big thing we added today, after much pondering, I did decide to add a little bit of backlight coming from over here. So we used the some stippling back there and some blending brushes. You can barely see it, but basically we put in some gray because we're only allowed white, black, and reds that you can see over here on the palette. So I think with the eyes, I'm gonna put in a little bit more white in the eyeballs, and you know, for highlights. And after that, wait, let me see this one. Yes, but I'm going to wait on the eyes because they need to rest a little bit, and if I want the white to just stand out a bit more, I think I'm gonna have to wait for them to be a little bit more dry, and I'm just gonna you know, just add a little dot there off stream before taking a picture of this guy. What day is it today? The 16th? The 17th. So I have like 13 days before the end of the month to post this guy. Yes, Mark UK, that is an Illithid Mind Flayer. I believe probably Illithid. Is it Mind Flayer? That's the kind of like proprietary term. I believe it is. I think one of the two is like you can use freely, it's not copyrighted, and the other one is not. But and this one was by Artisan Guild. So I think even when they do like the beholder, they call it something else, like, you know, those silly things like eye beast or whatever. Wouldn't it be awesome if you could just call it beholder, because everybody knows it's a beholder. But you know, the world is not that simple. TSR name. Okay. Wait, TSR, isn't that the content? Yeah, exactly. Yep. So I just noticed that there's a little bit here that maybe could use a bit more black in there. Just making sure that we are doing our shadows correctly. There you go. And maybe a bit more over here, because we should not forget not only to put the highlights in, but also the shadows. There you go. So I'm glad I was able to stream today, because it was a bit of a weird week. We have our game day on Tuesday, but we couldn't play this week. So then I did other stuff. I think I might have streamed, and then we decided to move our game day to tomorrow this week. So and I was gonna stream tomorrow, maybe today and tomorrow, but instead I streamed yesterday and today, and I had a whole bunch of stuff to do today, so I'm actually really glad that I was able to get to streaming and to hang out with you guys. And as we were saying before, we're gonna try to get a fixed schedule as soon as possible, because that is actually really important. I wouldn't have thought, but actually even with the people I follow, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm expecting them. I know when they stream, and I would have thought, like, you know, I'm like, oh, nobody's gonna know, like, nobody's gonna remember or care. But I don't know, it's actually pretty, when you start following someone, it's actually pretty easy to fall into that schedule habit. So I think I had to kind of like rethink my opinion there. Hey. So the voice has been dwindling today, but we are still okay. So I think we're gonna be able to finish this guy before the voice starts to go. We're getting more and more into that realm where it's like you're gonna start sounding like someone that smoked a lot of cigarette. You go. Oh, so good. I wish I could use all of that cadmium red that's on the palette. My precious cadmium red that costs so much money. Well, if I have to be fair, not too much money actually. Oh, want to make a lowbrow joke, but I still don't have the moo. I mean, Heresy Killer, it's a it is an adult chat. Do not worry too much. I believe in freedom of speech. And I would rather for a joke to fall flat than for someone to feel like they shouldn't say something. There is already enough censorship in the world. Oh yeah. You did not notice that we had a whole bunch of gift subs going around. So we got Kendon to kind of like test our subbing thing for us, which was really nice. I really appreciated. That's deep. That is deep. There you go. And let's see. I think I missed something. Think of Body Painters, I was just recommended one that's streaming right now. Really? What are they doing? Or is it one of those, like, those girls that they recommend all of the time, or you actually got recommended by a friend? I mean, some of those look really good. I just don't understand why I was getting recommended that stuff when the stuff that I was looking at was not even remotely close to that. Yeah, a bunch of little subs. Yay. Yep. Well, I gotta get to making some of those inside joke emotes. We need to get a thick one going because definitely gonna paint a whole bunch of bigger stuff. And then, I mean, depending on if we can start painting some naked stuff or not, there might be a whole bunch of other inside jokes in there. But yeah, that's gonna be some fun. I think I'm either gonna do it myself, or I think I have a few people that might want to help out with some design. I have a brother that does audio too, so I might actually get a few funny sounds done for the bits thing. Now that I know that you can like play audio with them, which I didn't know it was a thing. Maybe not a lot of streamers have it, you know, enabled. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm just doing a bit more stippling. We've been doing so much stippling, and on this one, I kind of feel like stippling is a big thing with the oils. It's really funny because like I was watching a stippling video forever ago when I was still painting with acrylics, and it was like, oh cool, you know, maybe it was for cloth or something like that, and you stipple and that's what you get. Twitch recommended it, of course. Can't really tell whether they're painting themselves. I think I see cat ears. Yeah, I've seen a few of those, and from the preview you can just see like they're just kind of like their bust area, and they'll have like a paint going on, and some of those look really cool, but it always involves being basically naked, which you know. It's like, so Twitch, are you allowing that or not? Are you only allowing stuff that makes you money? You wouldn't do that, right? Anyway. So yeah, I was watching this thing about stippling in acrylics, and I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. Like that, I think it was for like leather or cloth of some kind, and it's like, oh, that looks like a neat technique. Let me try that. So I go in the miniature and I take my tiny little brush and I start stippling, and I get a bunch of little dots that look like dots of paint on the miniature, and I'm like, can I like blend them? And I try to like maybe blend them a little bit, but they're already dry. So after that kind of experience, when I take my oils and I stipple, and then maybe I take a sip of water, maybe I talk to you guys a little bit, maybe I go to the bathroom and I come back, maybe I come back to it like on the next day, and then I go over it with my blending brush and it blends. That's when you get the power. Damn. Update. Ooh, updating on the Eevee. We need more updates on the Eevee. I seal the Eevee in the pose. Good. I liked. Now to finish parts of it. All right. Good. Keep working on that Eevee so we can see how it looks. As soon as you have a picture, make sure you send us the progress. Nobody painted their title. Wise enough to know the game. I mean, you know. I mean, most of their followers must just be people that are very interested in body paint, right? I don't know. I have never been on those streams. Oh well. You know what? I am gonna be super happy for them and their stream, as long as Twitch lets me paint naked miniatures. If not, I'm gonna be really pissed. But you know, it's not much you can do. Like, Twitch is still a really good platform to be on, and there's not too much else out there at the moment. So we're gonna go with that. Then again, maybe one day not too far from here, we'll just have our proprietary websites. Everybody's gonna stream from their own website. We're all gonna be connected via like email or something, and we're just gonna stream whatever we want. Final overcoat with a sealer, yes. Interested. And almost done. Oh my god, we're getting like the double live here. We're getting some live paint here, and then some live paint in words. It's so cool. Close the base kit and after side by side. Cool. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you say, Heresy Killer, you with these kind of things, you kind of have to go where the most of the people are, right? Because that's kind of the point. It's already hard to get viewers for some people. So, and Twitch has all the tools, like the raids are great to get known. Like I wouldn't be affiliate already if I didn't had a whole bunch of cool raids. So there's that. We say in Italian, you have to give Caesar what is Caesar's. Or we also say bread to bread and wine to wine, which I'm not sure what that means. I think it just means call things with their own name. I gotta look that one up. I never really understood that one, but yeah, I really like the top of the head ridges, how they came out. I do like those. And we might need. Do we need a little bit more red here on the trunk? Really doesn't look like a an elephant trunk, doesn't it? Funny comparisons. Okay. So let's see. So I'm just looking around, but like after this, we might be pretty close. Hey, thank you, Mark UK. Thank you for the host. Thank you for bringing me into your channel. That is very appreciated. There you go. Still have to learn what sound is what. I think I only personalize the follows for now. I'm trying not to have things that are too obnoxious, or you know, stuff that goes for a half hour, like beep-bop, like, you know, some streams are fun to have that kind of stuff. I'd like to keep it a bit more chill, maybe. Like, definitely, you know, rock and roll, but we're here chilling, having some drinks. I don't need people to yell stuff all the time. We got our Gowron that's always keeping it cool. There you go. Yeah, I think it needed maybe a little bit more red over here. Oh yeah, I think because yesterday, like this part of the mini was where the most amount of paint was, and I couldn't really go over it too much. As you said, you're just getting people from raids. I host you now and add you to my list of channel. Aw, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I gotta do that thing too. The stream this person when I'm away, if that's what you were referring to. And I keep discovering new things on Twitch. It's like, again, I just try to go online as soon as possible, and I'm like, I'm gonna figure out the, you know, the little details as I go. So I keep finding things out. Just right before I was, Avocado Kids was telling me how the chatbot is actually a thing that's already in Streamlabs, apparently, and I didn't know that. So we're gonna set that up so we can do some fun chat commands. I mean, Twitch is a pretty, it's interesting. Like, I came into Twitch for the miniature painting, and when I first came in, I had no idea what anything was, so I had no idea what it meant when people were like writing stuff with an exclamation mark in front of it in chat. I had no idea what bits were, what cheers were, what any of that was. So slowly learned. I still, like, I am terrified of using any Twitch emote that that is not like the smiley face, because like, it looks like they have some pretty weird stuff in there, including political stuff. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna I'm just gonna use my words. How about that? And it's like, you know, as we are just putting a little bit more of that red onto the Mind Flayer. Look at him, so fierce, so beautiful, so mysterious. Not even sure, like, is he angry or is it just his face? Mark UK has been using Moobot. Just replace EV notification sounds with the Big H voice dubs. Still don't know what anything is. Yep, kind of want to stay away from getting a Twitch bot, you mean? For as long as you can. Not? I want that not to take my germ. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, you know, there can definitely be too much of one thing. I think I can have some fun, like making some chat emotes and stuff like that. The bot, like, I think I'm actually happy that I haven't set up all of that stuff before the stream, because, I mean, for one thing, you don't need it. And for a second thing, I'm actually, like, by actually streaming, I'm actually understanding what people use. And, like, I've seen a whole bunch of people, they try typing commands in chat, so I'm like, okay, so that could be a thing that we have a few of. And it's like, it's kind of easy to set up, and it could be a utility. But there are other things that you probably don't really need, right? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, bot, I know. That's typing. That is typing for you. Well, this is kind of exciting too, because I actually don't know what I'm gonna paint next. I definitely want to, you know, as we say, we want to try different techniques every time. And I want to do something else next time. I do have a few miniatures that are primed and ready to paint. I've been holding on to them because they're a little small maybe for the camera, but I could try, you know. I have a whole bunch of ones that, oh no, I moved the, wait, hold on. We can fix this. There you go. Let me see here. Can I lift this without breaking everything? Yes. We've got, this girl is very similar to one that I already painted. She's got like a nice flame there. So we could explore some object source lighting. These were actually my object source lighting exercise projects. So we've got this one that I really like too. That thing on the base is a lantern actually. So there's that. We've got, there's another, oh, this is one is exactly the one I painted on my Instagram, but she's got some candles around her. So this is basically a series of miniatures that I got printed because I wanted to do some object source lighting. And then we got this one that I absolutely love, this this sculpt. She looks really cool. She also has a object source lighting, and we can do some pretty fancy colors with the skin there. And then the last one I have, where is he gone? I don't think he's primed yet. Where is he? Was it this one? Yes, this boy here that I'm actually pretty excited about. It's like a anglerfish kind of fighter guy, and if you see, he's got the light on his head, and that could be another cool source lighting. Cobalt Bay, pardon me. So yeah, that's what I got right now, like ready to go. So we might be doing one of these next week, or I gotta look at my list of techniques if I find something interesting that we can do. This month was basically the stuff that I did. The Onis and this guy, they were both for like challenges or contests. So we did that. So, you know, I'm gonna have some fun deciding what to do. Oh, the second to last mini looked like a kobold. I think it was a lizard folk. This one. I believe the set is lizard people. But yeah, it could be. It is a little big for a kobold. This is from Artisan Guild. They do have a pretty cool kobold set as well. They tend to do kind of like bigger miniatures, scale-wise, as well. Like I think if you put one of their humans next to like one of their WizKids humans, they Artisan Guild, they tend to do bigger minis because I think they, you know, it's to make them easier to paint and all that. Well, let me see. How are we doing with do we need more highlights? We might be good. I'm not sure about the ridges up there. I'm not sure about those ridges. Bigger means better details. Exactly. That is exactly that. Oh, one thing that I am eternally grateful for is the eyes that Artisan Guild does. As you can see on this conveniently big mini, the eyelids are very popping out, and you can see the eyes. Like they make the eyes really big, especially on women. Like on your waifu here, she had very defined eyelids, so I was able to paint them very nicely. Also, she's coming up on Instagram soon, so you can see her in all her red splendor. I've already taken pictures of her. I just have to edit them, and then I think the blue guy is almost ready to varnish, so we can put him up too. And then I think I want to do a little like scenery for the both of them, because I'm putting them up as like a couple for like a set for the contest. So any ruffle with ridges? I don't know. Give the red hope you ain't dead. Yeah, so I was just thinking, like, should he have a little bit more highlights there? How should that work? And that should be a little bit more blended, probably. There you go. So yeah, let me just try this one last time here to just plop just a little bit more of that. Nope, that didn't work. Needed a bit more paint, a bit less thinner. Okay. Yeah, that might do the trick. That might be the ticket that we were looking for. Okay, there you go. Ain't that beautiful? All right, as we do this and Candon, I hope the Oni doggo is coming out well. If you've started painting him. Ooh. Getting to enjoy the marvels of the oils a little bit more. There you go. Okay, yeah, why not? Yeah, even more. Why not? Yeah, fuck it, just put more light in there. Like, he's got shiny skin. He's like an underground octopus kind of thing. Okay, that is almost getting stripped, so I'm just gonna leave that there. I'm gonna try and blend the ends. Oof, nope. You know what? We're just going to like leave the paint there and forget about it for now, because it is going to strip on that particular thing. Oh, got another update. Okay, with a shiny-esque paint I have, it doesn't show well on camera. Oh, I see. Yeah, sometimes the light goes a little bit bonkers on your mini. Is it wet still? It might be just wet. Like you can see here, it's kind of hard to see him because he's pretty shiny. Gotta put some anti-shine in there. There you go. Glad your Eevee is coming out well. Shiny Eevee. Oh, the color shifting paint. Of course. Yeah, that stuff looks so cool. I love the color shifting paints. But every time I go to the shop that has the Vallejo that now has the color shifting paints, I always end up frustrated because they won't sell them singularly. Only the set. I'm like, I don't want 5 of them. I want to pick. God damn it. So, hey. Ooh, how should paint your Oni, huh? Let me see. Whoop. I have an extra turbo dork. Oh, there it is. Oh, that looks cool. Whoops. Sorry for that camera thing. How should you paint your Oni? Well, I used a white to green blue. Ooh, that's cool. Well, I can pick up more turbo dorks for you. Turbo dorks? Well, there are. She looks really cool. The ones I did, I went like traditional Japanese. Oh, I see. They're the other ones that have the shifting colors, right? I would love to have a few of those shifting colors without having to get the, like, I think it's like $25 here in Japan, the whole box, and you can't choose. You gotta like, I'd like to see what kind of ones they have there. Turbo Dorks may, I used Mother Load on Eevee. Ooh. Man, it's gonna look so cool. So yeah, let me look at that thing one more time. Let me open it over here. So she's got like a, well, she's got the same mace that mine has, because that's kind of like your regular Oni weapon, that Kanabo it's called. I think she's holding a gourd on the other side. You actually don't have a lot of skin. I mean, I am very partial to red skin on Oni. That's kind of your most traditional. I have seen a really cool picture somewhere of someone who did the red oni, but then kind of like towards like the hands or the feet, it kind of faded into black. It was pretty cool looking. And 3 companies using color shifts. Vallejo with shifter and turbo. Okay. I think I can only get the Vallejo one. I have seen Green Stuff World stuff here, so maybe even that one. Turbodos do have a website. Oh, that's cool. That Oni model is more like a pinup model. Is it? That looks really cool. I have never seen her. What is that from? But yeah, like you actually don't have a lot of skin to go with. It's pretty dressed. It's a lot more dressed than the one we painted here, for sure. If you want to go more of the Japanese style, I would look up a few images, even of armors. That could be a good thing to do. But you can shoot me a message too, maybe on Instagram or here, if you want to go through some color references. If you need, again, if it's for Japanese, like I can do Googling in Japanese and that kind of stuff. But I would be curious to see what you come up with for her. Oh, a Reaper Bones. I kind of remember my Reaper Bones being white, so I couldn't really tell it was Reaper Bones. More samurai. Yeah. It's like an Oni in a samurai armor. I have donned a samurai armor once, and it was not by choice, because I hate doing those touristy things. I had to do it for work, so don't ask. But it was a weird one too. It was a white one. It looked pretty cool, but I looked pretty damn silly in it. So yeah, I mean, if you want to go with if you want to go classic, I would say red. I think there are like 5 colors mainly of Oni, like red, blue, yellow, black, and green. But don't take me 100% of that. I would have to check. Were there any samurai that looked up to Oni? I do not believe so. Ooh, all right. We'll wait for pictures, Hero Dragon. Was a big, sorry, did I have a hehehe. No. That samurai armor picture is not going to go anywhere. I am not proud of that. It was an interesting thing. Well, a cool thing I got to do on that work trip was I got to try out a katana, like an actual Japanese sword made by a Japanese swordman. And it was a whole experience thing where we went to a like a Japanese traditional restaurant that had a big garden, Japanese garden outside, and we were eating soba, I think, and outside there's this big master that was like practicing the sword on these I don't know if you've ever seen those bamboo those little bamboo things that you cut with the katana, and it makes like a solid like cut. And then after that I got to wear like this little kind of like martial art uniform kind of thing with training. It's like a light, tunic or whatever. And he started teaching me how to do the thing with the sword, and then he gave me an actual sword that could have cut a person into. and I had to cut a piece of bamboo. And I think I did it on second try. Hey, yeah, like that's a cool thing that I get to do every once in a while. And I visited the workshop of one of, I think it was one of the last or the last katana maker in Kyoto. Like, he lives in a little town, like, you know, up in the mountains or something. He's got this little workshop, and I got to watch him while he was doing the whole thing, like the, you know, hammering it. I think I actually got to hammer it a bit. It was a lot of fun. He had a whole, we went into his house and he was showing us his swords. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I could have done without wearing that armor, but you know. Hey, the katana part was really cool. But anyway, all right. Well, I'm waiting on that picture. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And picking out a few details. Let's try to look at him from different perspectives. I don't know if you guys do that. I forget about doing this sometimes, but sometimes you kind of have to look at your miniature, I feel, from a few different angles, because I kind of keep falling for, you know, you just want to look at him from the front, but like just looking at him from like upside down and weird perspectives that you usually wouldn't. Like I found a whole bunch of paint strokes down there. Hey, Ronin Louis, seriously, we're talking about katana and samurai, and we got a Ronin in here. And Dre Arts, thank you for that follow. Thank you for coming in. So that was an interesting coincidence, Ronin. As we welcome in the new people. Yeah, we're literally talking about samurai armors and katanas, and you come in, so I don't know who summoned you, but this is what we're painting. Doesn't have anything to do with samurais, but we're always also talking about oni and stuff like that. I don't know how long you've been here. We've been painting in monochrome today and yesterday, painting with red. That is a mind flayer, that's correct, or an illithid if you want to call it that. It's actually the first bust that I have painted. And so yeah, we've been doing this challenge where we're painting this miniature only using reds, 4 kinds of red that you can see on the palette, and white and black. So we've been trying to just prime hit black and build up this nice little object source lighting. And we gave it a little bit of a gray backlighting over here. Callisto told me, girl doing a perfect 3 cut where it stay in place for a bit with, wow. That's cute. Like, she didn't believe that she actually did it. Just got on. That's cool. So we gotta start thinking about what kind of words we use on stream, because it seems to be summoning connected usernames. So that's kind of fun. Well, thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. As we were looking at this guy from, I think you caught us while we were holding him like this, because I was just saying that, you know, we are nearing the completion of our miniature, and I always forget that there are more than just one direction to look at your mini from. So we're just trying to take care of all those maybe brush strokes that we didn't notice before that weren't too smooth, because we are the brush brigands and we have to steal all the smoothness, and everything has to be super smooth. There you go. Trying to learn so I can paint the prince sculpt. Hey, thank you, Ronan. And we're really glad you found the stream. If you have any questions, we'll be very happy to answer. Ooh, the hero dragon is in with a picture. Let me just forgive the camera here for a second, but we have been waiting for these for a while now. Oh my god, that is so cute. You painted that? It looks like it just came like that. That's crazy. Oh, I love the Eevee. Man, it's so cute. That's a great couple. Nice. Well, are you satisfied with them? They look great. They are awesome. Thank you for giving us those live updates there. That was a lot of fun to follow along. It was kind of like I'm doing the stream, but I'm kind of following what you're painting too. It's pretty funny. Where's my brush here as we keep this one? Was it? Nope. I have too many brushes that I have paint on today, so I was trying to use fresh brushes to just do a little bit of blending. I always wanted to learn how to sculpt, but I have to focus on my art. Are you interested in 3D sculpting or actually, you know, hand sculpting? Because there are streamers that do both. On our stream, we do painting because I cannot sculpt. Like maybe in the future I'll try my hand at a little bit of, you know, changing stuff. As we welcome Scuba Stan 45 in. Thank you for that follow. How are you doing? One on left is painted, one on right is the kit. Oh, okay. I like the one on the left. That's the one you were doing with the light paint and all that. You did it like a shiny. Yep. Ooh. So yeah, if you like 3D sculpting, Dree art, I was actually, I think it was yesterday, I was in the stream of someone that was doing some pretty cool 3D sculpts, and I think yesterday as well I was also in the stream of someone that was doing hand sculpts. So I am curious to know which one you're interested in. So cool, you get people that do all kinds of stuff. We have people that do dioramas, people that paint, people that sculpt, people that do body paints. That's looking okay there. So yeah, this guy has been a really interesting project to work on, for sure. I use ZBrush, but I had to stop to focus on concept in my old job. Aw. Cool. So do you know a guy called Mini Grinder Studio? Maybe you already do. But I believe he was using ZBrush, and it was yesterday he was sculpting a really cool barbarian, and I think he was doing a mimic today. Let me that paints minis and works on cars. Yay! Exactly. Got a bit of everything. Hopefully we'll have me that paints naked minis. I've been but we don't know about that. For now it's me that paints. Okay, I really want to go on the eyes, but we're gonna wait for now. And for people who recently came in, what we're doing in this particular moment, we are using a clean brush as a blending brush, because we're painting with oils, so the paint on the miniature is staying wet, and we're almost done here. So I'm just basically what I'm doing is going around the miniature, kind of like picking off some places that are not completely smooth, and since they are oils, I can just use my clean brush to smooth them out, and they're gonna look better. So we're just saying how you just have to kind of start looking at the miniature from a few different points, maybe a few awkward ones, and not always from the face, because otherwise you'll never notice those spots that you might have left unsmoothed. There you go. Let's see here. So yeah, definitely been an interesting project as we get a little bit of our water. Man, it's been so dry. And oh, what the hell, let's do just a little bit of highlights on this side. Be aware that depending on the day that you come in, well, you might catch an earthquake like we did yesterday. That was really fun. We had an earthquake on stream. That was a fun one. I think Heresy Killer was here for that, maybe. The dragon, the hero dragon was here for sure. Maybe Heresy Killer was already gone to sleep at that point. Maybe you didn't get to see that. Did you get to see the earthquake? Be cool if could do some light effects for the eyes to show that psychic power of the mind flare. Oh, like glowy eyes? Yes, there was an earthquake. I think you had gone to sleep already. At some point, the whole house just started shaking, and you know it's a pretty normal thing here in Japan. But I look over and the camera's going all shaky. We could have done a clip of that. Now that I'm thinking about it, that would have been fun. I cannot remember what point of the stream it was, but it was a little on the late side. Yeah, that was yesterday. I thought you were. Oh no, you weren't in yesterday. You were not. I am confusing days. You didn't see the beginning of this guy. But yeah, and Heresy, I thought about doing the eyes glowy actually. That was one of the things I had considered in the beginning. But I wasn't sure how it would have been because dealing with only one color might have been a little bit messy, having light shine onto him and his own light shine onto other things. I thought, how am I gonna do that with only one color? So for this time, I thought, no, his eyes are just gonna be like blind eyes. But I think we were on the same wavelength there, because I did think about the same thing you did. I decided not to go with it this time. The day that, yeah. I mean, California is supposed to be pretty earthquake prone as well, right? Is it like, do you get scared if it happens? I mean, a normal one. Of course, if it's like a very strong one, you would get scared. But like here, for example, when you get your normal, just like a bit of shaky on the house, nobody really cares. I remember it was so funny when a few years ago I was actually working in a Japanese company, and it was still pretty early in my Japan life, so I was still not too used to earthquakes. So one of the first times that we had an earthquake in the office, like me and a couple of other foreigners that were there were like, oh god, oh god, oh god. And then I look around and people are just working. Like literally there are just some people that are like kind of like holding their coffee mug and kind of like waiting with a bored face. And I'm like, oh. And about a year later, that was me as well. Know about earthquakes, remember Live in the place and can fall into the ocean at any moment. Well, that sounds fun. Oh, Thaler! Thaler just came in. How are you doing? Good to see you as well. And actually happy when an earthquake happens because that means lesser the chance. Oh, yeah, there's that too, I guess. And Asmodai just came in as well. Hello. You know, this might be a better time to stream, actually. I was streaming a little bit later today, and I think we're getting a bit more people than yesterday. I mean, it could be so many things. It could be the day of the week, because yesterday was Friday or Thursday for people. So, you know, I have no idea. But welcome into everyone as we are putting a few more of our highlights on. Oh, maybe he should turn around. Hey, what's up? Who's new? Are you juicy? Is your head juicy? Because I'm gonna eat it. What is this? Okay. So a little bit more of a highlight here, and we might be calling this a day and a done miniature pretty soon, actually. So how has everyone been that has just come in? Thaler's doing good. Been missing with Skyrim VR, so haven't been painting. Oh, Skyrim VR. Oh, you got VR, that's great. I actually played it a little bit too. And my favorite thing was getting a wench. It is a lot of fun. It's fun when you're like, man, I have to travel by foot, and you actually have to like walk. And I remember I would get kind of like tired, and I would get impression to the point where when there was a slope in the game, I'd actually feel like a bit more tired. I'd be like, oh my god, so steep. It's incredible what that thing does with your brain. That's great. You've been having some fun with that. It's a great game to play there. Plus, I got someone in here that put a whole bunch of mods on, so we got funny things like very cool clothes on the NPCs, and then some of them when they walk around, like their tits go like boom 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 boom. They're very very bouncy. So that's some fun stuff. That Skyrim has so many mods. Get worried when one hasn't happened in a long while. That's true, isn't it? Like I think they got this thing here as well, where they say that there's like a big one coming every like 70 years or whatever. But it has been a bunch of time now that we haven't had a big one. Or it was, I think, no, we had one in, where was it, Kumamoto a couple of years ago. But yeah, sometimes it'd be like, hey, it has been a while that we didn't have an earthquake, has it? And maybe a few days later we'll be like woken up in the middle of the night, because they can't come during the day, right? It has to be in the night. You know, the thing that startles you the most here is we didn't know, but like sometimes Japanese phones, like they have this built-in thing that is like the earthquake alarm thing, and I had no idea that was a thing. And one night I got woken up by like a siren coming from my phone, and imagine how like weird that must be and how disorientating, like to hear a weird noise that you have never heard, saying like something like boop boop, there's an earthquake, boop boop, an earthquake, and there's no earthquake, and then maybe like a few seconds after that the ground starts shaking. That was really weird. And the weirdest thing is that it doesn't do it all the time, so I'm not sure when it's able to predict an earthquake or whatever, but it's really weird. It's really weird. It surely didn't do it yesterday when we had the earthquake on stream. I think I kind of kept painting after a while. Like it was still shaking. I'm like, all right, back to painting. I had enough. Okay, so we did a little bit more of a highlight over there. And might not be needing too much. I'm trying to give him a little bit of kind of like a backlighting gig going on here, like from here. So what, oh yeah, here, like stipple. We've been stippling a whole bunch during this stream. And we've actually been going almost 5 hours. I thought I would do more like 3 hours or whatever, but then a lot of people came in and we were having a bunch of fun. We even got our first subs thanks to someone in there, very generous person. He's gifting subs left and right. We got rated, we got donations. Wow, we're treating ourselves tonight. This guy is getting it all. Like he's getting more stuff than the Oni lady, and that's saying a lot. This week do take a bit to travel from the epicenter. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they had it somewhere and they're like, we got to warn the other people. Well, the thing is that it wasn't even a strong one. We've been getting strong ones sometimes without any, you know, like any earthquake thing going on. Who knows how it works here? I'm not sure. There you go. Ooh, actually we're outlining that squiggle that he's got where his ear should be. But it's not, because he's weird. Alright, well guys, what do you think? I think this is looking pretty neat. I think we did a good job with the using only one color. I think it's looking pretty good. I am happy to have put a little bit of the more highlights here on the back. It's gonna be a pretty dark mini, and that's kind of what I was going for. As soon as this thing dries, I'm just gonna, like the underneath, I'm just gonna slap some more paint on and varnish him and put him on Instagrams. So well, when you were painting the Oni lady, that's true, that's true. I know you wanted to give her all your subs, but no, I think that was like our third stream, and you have to have done at least like 7 to get the affiliate. So the Oni lady didn't get a fair chance there. But you know, I mean, he's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good. So let's see, guys. Let me see if there is anybody that we can raid and bring 13 people filled with love. Oh, there's nobody that I know that I follow online. So let's go ahead and check our Twitch. Let's see if I get the body painting people too. Let me see here. Oh, there's a Genuine Vision. I'm not following her. There's an Elind, Dr. Vina. If anybody has a suggestion, oh, there you go. Genuine Vision. We got a Ciantis. I am not seeing Ciantis, so you know what? What's Genuine doing? It's talking. Let me check the other one. Don't go anywhere. Oops. Oh, Sarantis. Okay. Mad Mikes. I'm not getting all these people. Well, thank you for that. That's always good to Oh, this one. Oh, look at that. We got 20 viewers. Let's go in and see that. Painting Morathi. That sounds good. That sounds good. Let's do that. Let's go over there. Let me do that. Let me start that. But before I do that, well, let's start that. Thanks for everything today, guys. That was the first time that people were able to sub, and I didn't think I was gonna get anything, of course. I wasn't expecting, but we got a whole bunch of gifted subs. We got Chris rated. It was pretty crazy. So, and we even got donations. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone that came in. Kendon, thank you so much for all those subs. You've been spamming them beautifully. And yeah, and let's look forward to next time and go raid Sorrentis.